Hi, Julian. Hey, I'll be sitting right here.
Hey,
You have the door.
all right. All right.
Julian? How you doing? Grab my chair.
All right. Sorry. Cold in here.
It's okay. You got a blanket if you need one.
If
I've
you
had
get,
enough of state-issued blankets for
well,
a little while.
I'll have a kind of a cute one that I'll let you use if you want. You want to pull the doors all open.
Just got one right here. I feel like I'm behind the door, closed off.
All right. Well, don't get behind me. That's weird. All right. Is your mouth dry? You want me to get you some water before we get started?
That might be nice. I had a few cigarettes.
Oh, okay. Can you see if you got some water? All right. Are you smoking your little smoky thing?
It's out of
Or
battery.
cigarettes? Oh, shoot.
Cigarettes today.
Oh, okay.
Pardon the smell.
So you guys smoke a real cigarette?
Yeah.
That's all right. Is that what you used to smoke before you started smoking the electric thing?
Yeah, the electric thing is more of a quitting process, I guess.
Oh.
I think it's more addictive in the long run.
Does it have the Does it have the stuff in it too? The nicotine? Yeah. Does it?
It does, yeah.
Same amounts?
It's a little bit different. It's a salt iodized crystallized version of nicotine, so it's a different isolate, and
right.
it hits a lot harder.
Oh. Quicker.
Yeah, it's a different effect. So like regular nicotine is more of like a slow, pacifying thing. This is more of like a
get you real quick.
Kind of, yeah.
Does it wear off quicker?
A little bit, I think so.
Okay. Appreciate you coming. I know we've met here before. You know Chad. Have you been introduced to
Yes.
Marcus Savage? Okay. We all work together. We've been working together for quite some time. It's my understanding that you came down here on your own. Nobody went and got you, put handcuffs on you, and brought you down here. Yeah or no?
Correct.
All right. If at any point while we're talking, you feel uncomfortable and you're like, Miss Lisa, I'm done. There's a door. You can tell Savage you ready to go. Okay. You understand that? Due to the nature of all this that's going on, I'm gonna read you your rights. Okay. You ever had them read to you before?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, it's kind of like TV. All right.
Sounds good.
Okay. We're gonna read them together. Spell your last name just so I'll spell it right.
Mesure.
We're at PPD. And today's date, somebody?
26.
I got it.
6:44.
6:45.
I keep up with the time over here.
Okay, timekeeper? All right. Okay. All right. Before I ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions. If you have the right to have a lawyer with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering at any time. You understand all these? Okay. This is your part right here, but we'll read it out loud.
I have read the statement of my rights and I understand what my rights are. At this time, I am willing to answer questions without a lawyer present.
Okay, you understand that part?
Yep.
Okay, you sign there and I'll witness it there. Alright. You doing okay? Physically?
I'm a little tired, yeah.
You're a little tired? Had a busy day?
Yeah, eventful day.
Busy few days, maybe? Alright, let me get my little notebook. Because, as you know, I can't remember stuff very well. Here's my table. Alright. The last time we talked, me and you and Chad talked, we talked about Cassandra Robinson and And I explained to you that Chad and I are missing persons homicide police, okay? At the time that we talked to you, we had not found Cassandra, okay? You okay, Comfy?
Yeah.
Okay. Since talking to you, and I don't know if you know that Cassandra's body has been found. Are you aware of all that?
Yes.
My goal today is to get the details of Cassandra's death, her being missing, where she ended up, where we found her, what your role was, Steiger's role. And like I told you before, I may ask you questions that I already know the answers to. That way, to try to gauge if you're being honest with me or if you're not being honest with me. And last time you and I talked, we weren't trying to be mean, but we could obviously tell that you were holding back, and some things you were saying you weren't being honest. And it is what it is. We don't hold grudges. I understand your position, okay? Like I said to you before, I felt like that Steiger had manipulated you, and now, after doing even more research since before I did then, I have discovered that he may have made you seem, and I may be wrong, to be somebody that he really wasn't. Do you feel that way, kind of?
Well, I think a lot in reflection, you go through the phases of wanting to be an important figure in a coffee company that's developing. And I think when you look back and I look at my interactions, it's like I was nothing more than really a driver and a babysitter and somebody who deposited cash.
Sure.
So,
sure. Yeah.
I
know. Well, and you're only 22 years old, and you're very mature for your age, and I can very much recognize that. You're very intelligent and far beyond your years in a lot of ways. I met your mom. She's just a prince of a gal. You can really tell. I met your dad, so I don't know, but your mom's okay. Well, your mom's a sweetheart. I can see where she tried to do her best and raise you and your brothers and sisters in a Christian way. I talked to her for 2 hours that day. I really liked her. I think she's a very nice person, and I can see the good in her and the good in you. And I don't think that you went into this to get caught up in all this. I really don't think that. I never thought that from the beginning. So what I would like to maybe start with is, and I'll just ask you some questions. Did you know, so Cassandra and Steiger were together and lived out at the beach, right? And did you ever go to their house out there at the beach?
Yes.
And hang out with them or whatever?
Couple times.
Couple times?
I told you before we were looking at the cases for his FBI thing.
Oh, that's right. Where you looked over
At his house.
Right, okay. I didn't realize it was at his house. Right. Okay. So tell me about that, how that happened.
What do you mean?
What happened? Tell me what was going on, and you told me that you read through the case and was trying to help him with it.
Read through the case. You wanted what would a jury person think of this?
Right,
and
okay.
he was trying to decide whether or not to take a plea or go to court.
Okay.
So he wanted somebody who wasn't legally prepared, legally minded, to kind of give an honest position or feedback on that information. So I would go over there. I don't think I went over more than 4 or 5 times, something like that.
Do you know about when that was?
That would have been in August.
August of
last year.
17.
11 months ago.
Okay. All right.
Almost 12 months ago.
Sure. So you went over there 4 or 5 times, and so you just basically went over. He showed you documents and stuff.
We sat out on the porch. Usually he was holding the baby. Cassandra was inside watching TV or whatever.
Okay, but she was there most of the times?
Yeah, to my knowledge, she didn't really go out that much.
Okay. Did she at that time have a way to go? Like if she wanted to go out, could she go out?
That would have come in August. at the end of August,
Mm-hmm.
the X3 was purchased,
Oh, okay.
and then she had access to that vehicle.
Okay, that's the
So-
little black car?
Correct.
Okay. So when you went over there, how was their relationship? Were you able to watch them interact?
They were-
things like that.
They were fine. They didn't have a lot of hostility between them.
Mm-hmm.
To me, she never had hostility to me. She and I got on pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't talk to her very much, though.
Mm-hmm.
Only a few times did I have more than a 5-minute conversation.
Sure.
So,
I understand what you were there to do, and you were there to look at the stuff, and y'all probably talk
right.
business per se about the
Per se, I think I was more just a distraction away from whatever he was.
doing. When did he go to trial on all that? Do you know?
He never went to trial. He took a plea. The trial for that case was scheduled for September.
September. Okay, so it's good.
Right.
Shortly
and the other
after
guy,
the-
Joshua Sams, who was part of that deal, he went to trial, and I
Okay.
went to the trial case hearing.
Oh, so you watched all that too?
Correct.
Okay. Did he go before Steiger pled or
After.
After. Okay.
Steiger already pled. Steiger testified against him.
Oh, okay. So that's kind of where y'all started having a lot of interaction.
Correct.
Okay. And so, tell me after all that, what happened next?
What happened next?
Like,
Well, it's still fuzzy in my mind. It is,
I think of the move, right? Did you help him move?
I did help him move, but before helping him move, I drove him around for that
Okay.
whole time period.
Okay, so
So
during that
I've been
time-
driving him around. He moved the first time end of November, early December.
Well, when did you
He moved
start
out of the
driving
beach.
him around? Before this August time?
I'd say during that August time.
Okay, so about August is when
About
you started
August,
driving.
Because he
Okay.
didn't have a license.
Okay, all right. And so you were driving him around, and then you
At that point, I was just taking him from the beach to Paul's on the Bay, which is where he roasted coffee.
Mhm.
So
And would you hang around there?
I would wait there until he was finished, usually at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, drive him back to his house and drive home, getting home at 4 or 5 o'clock in school the next day.
Wow. Okay. And were you working at the Interrogation then?
Correct.
Okay. Were you doing the weekends then? The Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
I think in the beginning of August, I was working 4 or 5 days. I was working 50, 60 hours a week.
Wow.
And then towards the end, I reduced to just the weekends.
Weekend.
And I've been doing weekends since.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
In school during the week.
Correct.
All right. So so you would take him over there and spend many hours there. It sounds like. Now, would y'all take the baby, or would the baby stay with Cassandra?
He didn't take the baby.
You didn't. Okay. So you would pick him up. About what time do you think at night you pick him up
To go?
to go over there? Yeah. Or a day or whatever.
It depended basically on when Dina was going to be around, because she's the only one that had keys to the place.
Gotcha.
So usually maybe 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock,
Okay.
somewhere in that time
All
frame.
right. And then stay till 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay.
Correct.
And so after that, what kind of happened next?
After driving around working on the coffee company,
Right.
well, I would get out of class or get out of school, and he'd be calling or
Calling.
texting.
Right.
Come over, let's talk about the price structures or whatever.
Right. Was that before or after the move?
Both.
Both. Okay.
Both.
So before.
We've been talking about the coffee company on the online. So he wanted to do it as an online multi-level marketing platform.
Mhm.
So the idea behind that was, people sign up as a, multi-level marketing.
Sure.
You refer a friend, you get a
Right.
commission on the referral.
Yeah.
So we were basically setting up the price structures for how much money we wanted the coffee to sell for, and how much money we could afford to pay all the other people.
Right.
So, that consumed
A lot. Yeah. And he talks a
an
lot.
enormous amount of time.
I can
Yes.
imagine. All right. So you moved him in, or helped him move in November, into November, somewhere around that area.
Correct. From the beach to the Strong Street.
Strong Street. Okay. Do you remember the address on Strong?
No.
Okay. Strong Street address.
It is Strong Street, right? I think.
I think so. Yeah. We'll call it the little house because it was
Sure.
a smaller house, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, when you moved him from there, last time you were here, you told me that during that move is when you got the storage over at Noah's Ark.
Correct.
Noah's Ark. And, so, I guess all of his stuff wouldn't go into the small house, so just a lot of it had to go, or some of it had to go into the storage. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, how long did he live in the Strong Street address?
It was an Airbnb. I think he did 2 or 3 months.
3 months.
Something like
And
that.
during that time, you continued to pick him up and take him on errands and
Correct.
and
I was his sole mode of transportation at that point.
right. And did he ever give you gas money? I don't think I asked you that before, but since I have wondered.
He gave me that's maybe a bit of a difficult question to answer.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to phrase that.
Or did y'all sometimes take the little black car?
Not usually.
Not usually. Okay.
Not usually.
All right. Well,
Once he got his license, we would drive the black car.
the black car. Okay.
Right.
It's not important. I was just curious if he gave you gas, because that's a lot of running around. I mean, I'm pretty damn stingy, and I would want somebody to give me gas money.
I'd say 95% no.
No? Okay. All right. But you did tell me before that sometimes y'all would go eat and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But usually it was just running around doing parts on the van stuff. All right. Let's go to, we talked about on February 1st, and you remembered February 1st. That was the day that you told me that you picked him up to go to the DMV.
Correct.
Can we run through that again about what time you picked him up?
I want to say it was like around 2.
Okay, all right. And it doesn't have to be exact.
Around 2.
Okay, around 2, all right. And, okay, around 2 p.m., you picked him up, and did y'all go in your car or
Correct.
the black car?
My
Okay,
car.
so your car. And what was your first stop after picking him up?
We went to the DMV on W Street.
DMV on W. W Street. Okay. And tell me about what happened there again.
We weren't able to get him an appointment for his license,
Right.
so we were going to go to the DMV in Pace.
Okay. All right. Did you go anywhere else?
We went to the Wells Fargo.
Okay.
That's near there.
All right. Do you know what street that was on?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, so you
Not familiar with the area.
Okay, that's okay. Wells Fargo, and then y'all went over to Pace.
Mhm.
Did you go down the interstate or like over 9 Mile Road?
I don't remember.
Okay, no big deal. All right, so you went to
I think we actually got lost and somehow ended up there.
Okay, so somehow did you Google DMV?
I think so.
Okay, now I get it. All right, so was you able to take care of his business? at
No,
the
they wouldn't
DMV
give it
there?
to him because the county that was listed on his identification form wasn't in their jurisdiction. They couldn't issue him a license.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, that was in Pace.
Mhm.
And then about what time was that you think you were there?
3:34.
All right. And so y'all left there, and then where did you go?
We went to a sandwich shop, and then we went to Pace Verizonville.
Was that in Pace, the sandwich shop?
Correct.
All right.
In the same strip mall as the Verizon.
Okay, in Pace. And then Verizon. All right. And then where did y'all go after you left Verizon?
Back to the house.
Back to the house on Strong Street. All right. Do you know about what time it was then?
5:30, somewhere around there.
Okay. Was it dark?
No. It was getting dark, but it was still, it wasn't daylight savings.
Okay. All right. So it got dark earlier?
Right.
Okay. All right. And so, all right. So when you got to the house, tell me what happened.
I dropped him off and went home.
Okay. So did you go inside?
No, but I went inside when I picked him up.
Okay. So earlier in the day. So tell me what happened then when you went inside. What
He
was
was,
going on?
Cassandra was out.
Mhm.
She wasn't home. She was going to get the supplies for a baby party.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, do you know where she went to get those?
I don't know.
All right. So she was out.
So we were just in the house talking for a little bit, 10 minutes maybe,
Mm-hmm.
and then she came back, and then he gave her the kid, and we left.
Okay, so the baby was there with you guys.
Right.
Okay, all right. And did you have the cake? Did she show y'all the cake or anything?
She wasn't in a good mood that day.
She wasn't?
It was the first time I've ever seen her that she didn't acknowledge me as an individual
Oh, really?
presence. It
Oh.
was kind of,
Did she ignore you, or did she?
she had a, kind of an ignoring demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you don't exist.
Okay, so did you feel kind of weird, like, okay.
Kind of awkward. Hey, how are
Yeah.
you? Good to see you again.
Okay.
Nothing.
All right. What all did she have, like bags or?
A couple balloons, a couple bags.
Okay. All right. So then y'all left and then went on to do your stuff.
Correct.
All right. So when you dropped him back off at the house, you didn't go in?
No.
You didn't go in. Okay. So so he just got out and said thanks and I'll see you later.
Correct.
All right. And so then you went home, right? Did you go anywhere else? Straight home?
I went straight home. I had work the next day at 10:30 in the morning.
Okay. Which way did you go? Did you go down the interstate, or how did you usually go home?
Interstate.
Interstate.
I would have taken Cervantes to the interstate.
I got you. Okay. All right. So you went down the interstate to home. All right, and you get off like there on 29, maybe. Is that the way you get
Pine
off?
Cone.
Pinecone. Okay. Yeah.
Exit 5.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That area, I know.
Okay, yeah, all right. All right, so you got off Pinecone and you went on home. And do you know about what time it was when you got home?
Pinecone or Pine Forest? I'm confused.
Pinecone.
It's an exit.
Yeah,
Oh.
he gets off there and then it's kind of like a shortcut.
Pine Cone cuts out Pine Cone.
Yeah, shortcut. Yeah.
So, shit's up the other way.
Yeah.
It's up there.
Yeah, so, okay, so, do you know about what time it was? I'm sorry.
When I got home?
Yes.
Maybe 6:37?
Okay.
I don't know exactly.
Right. And like I told you, you don't have to do that. Because I know you wouldn't like checking your watch. Okay, so after you got home, then what did you do?
After I got home, what did I do? I was working on an online blog, so I went and wrote a blog post.
Okay. What's your blog about?
52 covers. The idea behind it was read a book a week and then write a book summary on that book and then share that.
Gotcha.
It's kind of changed a little bit, but still
That's a lot of books. All right. All right. So do you have a lot of like followers on your blog that read books?
No, because I haven't really put a lot of effort into it.
I like the concept.
Probably
of,
should, but
yeah. Well, you had some things going on. All right. So you wrote your blog, and do you remember what book you wrote about?
I don't think that one was about a book. It's online. You can check.
Okay. So it was just what's the
52covers.com.
okay .com. All right. So you wrote a blog, and then what did you do?
Then what did I do? I got a call from Steiger.
Do you know about what time that was?
8:30, 8:45.
8:30. 45. Now, who all was at your house when you got home?
My mom and my sister and my brother.
Mom, sis, and brother. All right. And were they still there when you got the call?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got
I
a
think
call.
they were watching TV.
All right. And so you got a call, and was it a phone call or text message?
Phone call. I ignored it.
Mm-hmm.
Text message. Please call. Phone call. I think I called back.
Okay. So he said, please call. All right. And then what happened?
Said, hey, can you please come back here real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So, before I got home, our last conversation in the car was that he needed a laptop that I had at that time. It was a computer program that he needed to map out the Alkanese Street, because we were looking at using that as the coffee place.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's what I went to go bring him.
So you assumed that he needed your laptop or whatever?
Correct.
All right. So you got back in your car and went back the same way, Pinecone, and they all the same way, and then you got off at Cervantes, same.
I'm thinking that's what I would have done.
All right. And so then what happened?
I went in the house,
Mm-hmm.
and he's holding a baby. And he was in a bit of a nervous mode.
Kind of hyped up?
Not kind of hyped up, he was just kind of like freaked out, kind of thing. And he said that she left, that she'd taken off and left the baby, and he was freaked out because he didn't know how to raise the baby, and now he had to figure out how to take care of the baby, and the baby's going to be the number one priority, and he's going to have this baby around him all the time. And he couldn't think straight. He needed to get some work done. It wasn't uncommon. He's that kind of person that we're in New Orleans, we tear down half a house from one room. 14 hours later, you've torn down the whole house.
Right.
So for him, it's not uncommon to say, yeah, you need to get work done. Let's do work.
Tell me what you saw in the house. Tell me what was going on in the house when you walked in.
Nothing unusual. Nothing unusual. There was a smash cake, some balloons, decorations.
Was the cake out? I mean, had been smashed?
It had been smashed.
Okay, all right.
Smashed.
Okay.
Decorations, tassels, streamers,
Okay,
hanging around.
all right. All right, and then what happened after he was nervous and saying that she left?
He said that we needed to start moving because he only had me for 2 days at that time. It was Tuesday and Thursday were the only days that I was available. So his move was on the 8th. It was the 1st. And he said we need to get this stuff moved. We've got to get some stuff in storage. We've got to take some stuff to the trailer. We got to get moving because she's not going to be here to help pack. We got to get this done. So he told me to go get the truck. I went and got the truck from Paul's in the Bay, which is where it was parked, and drove back. Helped him move a few boxes. Then we went to the storage unit, dropped off a couple boxes at the storage unit on Cervantes, and then drove to Paul's in the Bay.
Tell me about the boxes.
I think it was just like Rubbermaid containers that would have been.
Were they packed up prior to you getting there, or did y'all pack them up?
Everything was packed up.
Everything was packed up. Okay, so he said, so you went to get the truck, and the reason I repeat myself is just to make sure I understand. So you went and got the truck, and do you mind about what time that was?
I think I got there at like 9:30-ish. Maybe 10. I don't know what time we finished.
Okay. All right. So you went to get the truck, and you came back, and these containers. Tell me what they look like. Tell me what kind of containers they were.
Not really containers, more like
Rubbermaid.
Like the same stuff that we use to move them into the place.
Okay.
Same boxes.
Like
moving boxes.
Oh, so
but not like cardboard, like the
plastic.
Yeah, like the plastic boxes.
Like it has a lid that goes down on it.
Right.
Right, and it has little handles.
Right.
Now, was it the kind you pick up and move, or the kind that you pick up and roll?
I think there were a couple of both.
Okay. How many boxes do you think there were?
Maybe 5.
5. Okay.
5.
All right.
Varying in size. Couple medium, couple small.
And did you think that was kind of odd that he all of a sudden wanted to do this and kind of late in the night? Did you ask him, well, where did she go?
I didn't ask that question. Kind of the thing that was off to me was he had really been talking about the best option for getting rid of her for months. It was a conversation that he liked to entertain.
Tell me about that.
Well, he approached it from a philosophy point of view, kind of like a rule deontology versus epistemology versus autonomy. And so, to me, it was always like a philosophical debate. What are we, because I'm a philosophy major, I can talk about existentialism and whether or not shoes exist. So, I didn't really think he was serious about it, but I didn't want to know.
Right.
Like,
Well, I'm not a philosophy major, so tell me kind of what that means. You know, what does that mean in layman's terms about what?
basically, it's the social contracts which dictate and necessitate, I would say, rules that dictate the behavior of societies based on the cultures of the societies, and in terms of, in his words, whether or not you should kill someone, sell them into slavery, or pay them off. It's a right of autonomy. What does an individual rights pertain to?
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I think the frequency of the conversation was off, but it was more of a philosophy debate, and I kind of felt like, hey, if this dude's batshit insane enough to do something like this, maybe this conversation is like a deterrent.
Right.
Because obviously, it's fucking insane, dude.
Right. Did he say why he wanted to do this?
Well, he always talked about her relationship with him in the context of it was a, what are the words he used? Something about it was like a fucked up sex situation where she pissed him off and he had sex with her because she pissed him off. And that they should never have produced a child, that couldn't stand really to look at her, didn't think she was attractive. Now, obviously, when they were interacting, that wasn't the tone.
Right.
But that was his...
Like away from the house. That was his...
different demeanor.
Right. Okay. You want Mr. Savage to fill you up more? Oh,
You're
okay.
prepared. No, I'm okay. Just
Okay, all right. Well, you can have this one.
Cold,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
So, let's go back to when you went to pause on the bay and you wanted to start the movie. That was running through your head?
Was it
This
running
kind of
through my
thing?
head?
Yeah.
Not fully. I mean, like, it was kind of... He said she's gone. She went on vacation. I've never had a reason really not to trust him before. He's a bit off, but I still trust the guy. Like, I've spent a lot of time with this dude. I don't think he's crazy enough to do something like that. I've spent a lot of time with this guy.
And so y'all, did y'all together load the things up into the truck? The totes or whatever?
Yeah, I think I was standing in the truck and he hand them up. Or no, there's a lift gate in the truck. We use the lift gate.
Lift gate?
Yeah.
So, were they heavy?
Some of them were. A couple of them. Medium-sized ones were heavy. Smaller ones, not that heavy, obviously.
So you went over, how many trips did you make over to the storage?
One.
Just one trip?
One
So all of the containers fit into the back of the truck?
Correct.
Okay. So when you got over there, I guess you used the lift gate to
Bring them down.
Was the storage unit on the bottom floor or
Second floor.
Second floor? So you had to go into the elevator?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So, did you use one of the? I think they have like maybe some. It's not a dolly, but
They have those things, but I don't remember if we used them.
Okay.
Probably would have.
Would have. Okay. And so when you got up to the second floor to the storage unit, did you have to move things around in order to put these things in there?
No, the boxes that we moved into there were light. They fit on the top of everything.
Okay. So, so you kind of, but there was room in there to put these heavy boxes that y'all were bringing from the house. Okay. Do you remember lifting up on these heavy boxes? You know, do you?
Like opening boxes and stuff like
No,
that?
no, like when you were, like, when I say boxes, you call them boxes, but I call them totes or the plastic containers.
Plastic.
Okay. Were they heavy? Were some of those heavy? Do you remember lifting up on those?
I think I just said a couple of them were.
Well, you said that, but I'm just, okay. So some of them were heavy. And he didn't say what was in them?
No.
Okay. So what was the conversation like at the storage?
It was still nervous and frantic. I don't know how I'm going to take care of this kid.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I'm going to be the sole provider. I need to find somebody who can be.
Mm-hmm.
I need to find somebody who can help me take care of this because I got work to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was a persistent theme of the night.
Okay. So, after the storage unit, you went back to the house? And
Correct.
About what time do you think that was?
Midnight, 1 o'clock, maybe? I don't know.
All right. And then what happened?
After we went back to the house, I ended up staying the night there. I slept on the couch. I was exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
We had just done a full day's worth of trips in between there. I had homework in the morning, and I had work the next day at 10:30 in the morning. So
Mm-hmm.
I stayed the rest of the night at his house. We talked for a little bit. He was really, what am I going to do with this child? What am I going to do? How am I going to raise her?
Mm-hmm. When y'all moved the things to the storage shed or to the storage unit, do you remember seeing any suitcases?
When we were moving to the storage unit?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
So you don't remember if y'all moved a suitcase or two, or seeing any suitcases?
I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Okay. So about what time do you think you went to sleep?
Maybe 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
And about what, did he stay up, or did he finally settle down and go
I'm not sure.
to sleep? Which room was he sleeping in?
He slept in the houses like this.
Mm-hmm.
There's bedroom back here, bedroom here, and the little office type thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Living room, kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
I slept in here. He was sleeping in here at the time.
Okay, in the, I guess the room behind the kitchen, maybe? It's kind of a narrow house?
Kind of adjacent, yeah. It's like a
Okay.
shotgun house.
Okay, so it was in,
Parallel is a better word, not adjacent.
right, so it's a back room.
Right, it's a bedroom, but it's not like a master bedroom.
Okay, all right, okay. Well, was there a bed in it?
Yes.
Okay. And the baby slept in there with him or
Correct.
somewhere else?
Well, I don't really know because
Okay, you went to sleep.
I went to sleep, but I would assume the baby slept with him. She never had a crib or anything like that, so.
Okay. Where did she normally sleep when her mom was there?
I wasn't really over that late all the time, so I'm not sure, but I would assume with the mother in the bed.
Did you see, did he ever at any point clean up the smash cake and party stuff?
Not that I recall.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he
Was
stopped.
it a mess?
I think the whole house was kind of a mess,
Was it?
but in like a decorative kind of way.
Did it appear that there had been a struggle?
No, nothing was off.
Right, okay. No, nothing
Just
knocked
like,
over.
looked like a party, but not like
takes
a,
place.
yeah.
Okay. Did he have on the same clothes that he had on when you dropped him off?
Yeah, he always wore the same pants.
Always had the same pants. So he had
Always
the same pants and the same shirt that he had on when you dropped him off, that you recall.
That I recall, yes, but he always wears the same pants, exact same pair,
Mm-hmm.
with a different hot air balloon shirt. So I don't know if it was a different hot air balloon shirt or I don't remember, but
What does a hot
Same
air
outfit.
balloon shirt look like?
polo shirt with a hot air balloon logo.
Okay, I got you. Okay. So what time did you get up the next morning?
9 o'clock in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
and I went home.
You went
And
home.
I showered.
Okay. And what was he doing at that time?
I don't remember.
Was he awake? Was he up?
I actually don't remember. I just remember looking for my keys and trying to go home so that I could shower
Right. Okay.
and get my work clothes.
All right. So you had to be at work at 10.
10:30.
Okay. So
20-minute drive. I had just enough time. I took a shower, went straight to work.
came straight back to work. Okay. And what time did you get off of work?
11:30 at night.
Or you were probably pretty tired, huh?
Yeah.
So then what transpired after you got off work? Or did you and him have a conversation? Did he text you during your work time or after you left?
He might have said something like, thanks for helping me move or something like that, but no phone calls. And I didn't see him again until Tuesday.
What day?
I think it was Tuesday.
What day would that have been? Was that like a Friday? Thursday? Or what?
I didn't have to look at a calendar. I don't know.
Let's see. So the first was a Thursday. So Friday you'd had to be at work at 10.
10:30.
Okay. So you think you worked like Friday, Saturday?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's what I was doing. I was doing 10:30 to 11:30 on Friday, 11:30 to 11:30 on Saturday, 11:30 to 9:30 on Sunday.
Okay.
So 3 doubles.
Right, so you were probably pretty exhausted after Sunday.
Always tired after those.
I would imagine. So, when would you have talked to him next? Do you think it was Tuesday?
Yeah, I think it would have been Tuesday.
Okay. Do you
Because I usually
that?
took Mondays to sleep.
Sleep, yeah, catch up.
I'm
Right.
like, I'm not talking to you on Mondays.
Right. So if he'd have called, you would have ignored him?
Most likely,
Okay.
I think. I fully recall.
Let me back up and ask you a question about the computer. When you walked in with the computer, you're like, hey, is this what you want? Or whatever, and did you say, no, we got stuff to do, we got to move?
He said, oh, cool, that's useful, I think is the word he used.
Okay.
And then brush it off.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to Tuesday, and that would have been, I apologize, I shouldn't have closed it. That would have been, Tuesday would have been the 6th.
6th?
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that's right, but I don't recall.
We'll just say it was Tuesday the 6th. Do you remember what happened after that?
He wanted to get an early start. We were going to start moving the rest of the stuff there.
Okay.
We started at Balls on the Bay, picked up the truck and the trailer. He had 2 55-gallon drums.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, those look weird. Like, dude,
Mm-hmm.
who has those?
And where were they at?
Balls on the Bay.
So they were sitting out or in the truck, or where were they at?
They were to the, they were right by the truck.
Okay. Do you remember what color they were or what they looked like?
Green.
And so they were by the truck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he wanted to load those up into the back of the truck, hook up the trailer, and then drive back to the Strong Street, finish loading up all the stuff at Strong Street, put it in the trailer, and drive out to Perdido.
Okay.
And that's what we did.
Were the 55-gallon drums, were they empty or did they have stuff in them?
Empty.
They were empty. Okay.
And his explanation for having them was he wanted to store coffee beans in them and wanted to see if his garage was a correct climate for them. Because it was a climate control range that you could store the beans in.
So that was at his new place?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Because he didn't want to store things at Dina's because he didn't have access. He didn't have a key.
Right. So y'all picked up the trailer and the truck, right? Where did you guys put the drums?
In the back of the truck.
In the back of the truck. Okay. And then y'all went over to the Strong Street house to remove the rest of the items?
I think so. No, we didn't. We went to, we drove straight to Perdido.
Okay.
Because he wanted to drop off the hot air ballooning equipment to clear room in the truck for the rest of the stuff at Strong Street.
Okay, so
That's what we did.
So you went to Perdido and dropped off, what exactly did you drop off? The trailer, or?
We dropped off the 55-gallon drums, the containers from, I guess, Thursday night, and the trailer. And we took out all the hot air ballooning equipment from the trailer so that we'd have room to move the stuff from Strong Street.
Okay, so y'all dropped off the barrels or the 55-gallon containers, the stuff that y'all had moved into the storage or into the trailer.
Right.
When did you move stuff into the trailer?
Thursday night when we went to the storage. dropped a few things off at storage, dropped a few things off in the trailer, and then parked the truck, grabbed my car, which was at Paul's in the Bay, and went back to his house.
Okay, yeah, okay, so I totally missed that part from up here. All right, so I'm going to go back to that just to make sure. So the night that you went to the storage shed, did you go to Paul's on the Bay first?
Yeah, like I said, when I got there, he was nervous. He told me to go get the truck. So I drove to Paul's on the Bay, got the truck.
Did he go with you?
No, he stayed at the house.
Okay.
And so when I came back, we loaded the truck. We dropped some things off to storage. Then we dropped some things off in the trailer at Paul's in the Bay. Dropped the truck off there, and picked up my car.
Okay. What did you drop off at Paul's on the Bay?
A couple more of the boxes that we put in the truck.
The plastic containers?
Correct.
Was it two? Two when you say a couple, two?
I don't remember the exact quantity, but 2, 3. It wasn't 5, 10, 15.
Okay. How big were they?
I think it was 2 medium-sized containers.
The medium ones?
Yeah. Maybe a small one.
Were they heavy or medium or light, or do you remember?
I think they were... I don't really remember.
Okay. Now, so y'all dropped them off into the trailer?
Correct.
All right. So, did you have to move anything out of the trailer to put them in there?
He was moving some of the hot air balloon equipment around.
All right.
Pushing some of it back, moving it to the side, making some space. And I think they ended up going on top of the hot air balloon.
Okay. The containers
Right.
did. The trailer back door comes down like it makes a ramp, right? Is
Correct.
that the door that y'all went in, or did you go? I think there's a side door to it.
I think we loaded things from the back, but we might have gone to the side door to get a flashlight,
Okay.
so we could move stuff around and see where we're putting it.
Right. Now, were the was the trailer locked? Did it have locks on it?
Yes.
Did it have locks? Did he have keys to it
Yeah, he kept all the keys for the locks in the truck,
in the truck?
on the side paneling,
Do you recall what the keys looked like?
like lock keys.
Do you remember what color they were?
Silver?
Silver. Okay. And do you recall if like one key fit all of the locks? You know, like.
I don't think he had a master key.
Okay.
I think each lock had a set.
Okay. Was there a lock on the tongue of the trailer, or was it just parked there?
I mean, the whole trailer was always locked up.
Okay.
He didn't even keep license plates on it. He put those in the truck, put it on when we needed it.
Oh, okay. And wanted
Didn't
to
trust- didn't like the area.
steal it? Okay. All right, so y'all, after correct me, you went to the storage shed first, or Paul's on the Bay first, that night to drop off stuff?
Storage unit first.
Storage unit, and then Paul's on the Bay, and then
Correct.
back to the house. Okay. So the moving day, which would have been the 6th,
But I don't think he could get in until the 8th.
oh, okay.
So he had to talk to the management company to let him get in a little bit early. He wanted to clear out the hot air balloon trailer so there was space to move all the smaller items.
Okay. And did they let him do that
Yes.
at the house?
Mhm.
Okay. So y'all went to the house and I guess backed the trailer up?
Backed the trailer up, unloaded what was inside, all the different containers, took out the hot air balloon, the basket, and the big ball that's the
Balloon
actual
back,
balloon.
right?
Yep. Unloaded the trailer, unhooked the trailer. Did we unhook the trailer? No, we didn't unhook the trailer. Because we only had the ability to have one car at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to pick which car we wanted to use.
Right?
Because he didn't have a license.
Right.
No, we took the trailer with us. Left it back at Paul's in the Bay when we were done with that.
Okay. Where were the barrels?
We unloaded those from the back of the truck
Into the garage?
into the garage. Yeah.
All right. So you've dropped off the basket, the balloon, the barrels, 2 barrels, and some of the containers, the black. Did you say there were black containers that you had moved?
I don't think I said black.
Okay. Well, containers. I guess I'm just assuming they were black.
There was
The plastic ones.
plastic ones. I think they were like silver ones, like silver medium sized.
Okay.
Silver, blue,
All right.
maybe a black one. I don't recall.
Okay. But y'all left all of that in the garage at the Perdido house.
Correct.
And so you pulled the trailer and the truck, and then where did you go?
Back to I want to say we went to eat, and then either Paul's on the Bay or Strong Street. I don't remember. We didn't have a lot of destinations.
Right. Were you finished moving? No?
No, but he didn't want to get he wanted to finish packing up the small items in the house before he wanted to do one trip out there.
I got you.
So that's why the trailer had to be empty. Just because we needed space to put everything in.
So was the trailer left at Paul's on the Bay, or was it taken back to the house?
I want to say it was left at Paul's on the Bay.
Okay.
Just because that's where we usually kept it, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. All right. And then where did y'all go after you left the trailer at Paul's on the Bay? Did you get your car? Did you leave the truck and trailer there?
At that time, I had a night class on Tuesdays. I had a 5 o'clock night class.
Okay.
So I want to say that I would have driven him back to Paul's on the Bay, just because it was a Tuesday and that's what I usually did. That I would have driven him back to Paul's in the Bay. He would have done coffee roasting that night. And then I would have taken either my car or the X3, which was parked at Paul's in the Bay, to class. Then I went to class. And then I would have come back and picked him up, drove him home, and went home after that.
Okay. And you remember it probably happened that way? You don't remember it happening any other way?
I don't remember it happening any other way, but that's usually what we did on Tuesdays. She would usually roast on Tuesdays.
Now,
at that time.
On the 6th, when you went over there to, picked up the truck and trailer, where was the baby?
With him.
With him. Okay. And the baby stayed with you guys through all that going and dropping the truck off, dropping the trailer off. Okay. She wasn't in a car seat?
I think for some portions she was. I think she would fuss and then you pick her up.
Yeah. Okay. So when you dropped him off for your night class, the baby would have been dropped off too? Okay. To Paul's on the Bay?
Correct.
And he would do his roasting with the child there? All right. And about what time?
You got her the little earmuff things.
Oh, okay. So it would be loud?
Right.
Oh, that's good. Is the roasting loud?
The machine that powers the roaster is.
Oh, okay.
But not the roaster itself.
Did she have that already prior to that, or did he get that for her that day?
I want to say, we did. After we went to the house and dropped off that stuff, we went to Toys R Us.
Okay.
And we bought those, and we bought a stroller. It's like a 3-wheeled stroller. Some food packs.
What's food packs?
Like the liquid food things.
Oh, like these little squeezy things
Right,
you kind of suck it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we bought a couple gift cards too.
Did he seem to be doing a little bit better with taking care of the baby?
I think he was still a nervous wreck, like, I don't really know what I'm doing here, but
he's doing.
this is what I'm doing.
Right. So, after you picked him up and took him home, do you remember anything else? Did you go inside that night?
To Paul's on the Bay?
Or at his house? Either one.
I mean, I might have gone in when I picked him up, but I don't remember exactly.
Alright. Did he take the stroller and all that stuff in that he had bought?
To Paul's on the Bay. I assembled the stroller when I got back from class
Okay.
at Paul's on the Bay.
Alright. Alright. And where was the baby at?
Well, then she went into the stroller after that.
She went into it after that? Okay.
And then I pushed her around Paul's on the Bay for a while.
Alright. Entertained her a little bit? Okay.
Cute kid.
Yeah, she's adorable. And so then after that, you pushing her around and stuff, then what happened?
He would have finished roasting, finished mixing, whatever he had to do for the coffee, and I would have driven him home afterwards.
Okay.
But I don't remember what time we got out.
Okay, that's all right.
Would have been after your class? You had to go back and get him after your class?
Correct. My class got out at
Let's see what day that was.
5:02. My class got out at 7:45, I think.
When you got there on after the phone call, please come, whatever it was.
Mhm.
Do you remember the BMW being there when you got there that night?
Yeah, it was there.
And was it there when you woke up that next morning?
Yes.
And can you describe the laptop that you brought over?
I don't think it was a Mac. I think it was a Sony. I'm pretty sure it was a Sony. Black, kind of older.
Older. Mm-hmm. Was it his or yours?
His.
Yes. Okay.
It had been used previously with the Steiger guitar thing.
Okay.
We had taken it out of storage a couple days previously.
Okay. Anything else that he had taken out of storage and left that you took home with you?
I have an iPad.
Is it still there?
Yeah.
You still have it at your house?
I still have that one.
Okay. And we can get that at a later date.
And whatever you want.
Okay. All right. So, good.
No, that's cool.
Okay.
When y'all were going through y'all's philosophy, talking, and he was naming these ways, how did he want to get rid of her?
He talked about using a gun.
Okay.
If he was going to do it. It was like if you were going to do this. But he also talked about hiring somebody to do it. It's a very bizarre thing, isn't it?
Did you ever see him with a gun?
Yes.
What kind?
He had 2 different pistols that ended up going into my possession. I don't have them anymore. And I don't know where they are.
Do you know what kind of pistols, what they look like, or anything like that?
He had opened the bag. It was in a brown paper bag to show me.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate guns, to be honest, so
Right.
don't
Why
like
did he
guns.
give them to you?
He couldn't have guns because of the FBI investigation. He was no longer allowed to have a firearm.
So is that when he gave them to you?
Correct.
And how long did you keep them?
I'm not sure I want to answer that question.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if... I don't see why I can't answer that question. Until we had our last conversation the first time that we talked.
Okay, so you gave them back to him after me and you, after we had met?
Then I threw him off the bridge.
You threw him off the bridge? Which bridge did you throw him off of?
I don't remember. I was in a frantic hurry.
Why did you do that?
Why? Again, I don't really want to answer that question, but I don't see the harm in it.
Did you feel like they had been used in a crime?
No. I felt like you guys were going to come search my house, and I didn't want guns to be there.
Okay.
Especially guns that weren't registered in my name, and
Right.
like I don't like guns. I can't stand guns.
In Florida, you don't have to register a firearm, so
I don't even know the gun laws.
When did you, okay, so was it like that day after we finished talking, or was it a few days later or something? When did you throw them off the bridge?
Like immediately after we finished talking.
Did you have them in your car?
No,
Okay.
no.
So you went home and got them?
Stashed up and hidden away. Yeah.
Okay. And you don't remember which bridge you threw them off?
No.
Are you sure that they made it into the water? And the reason I ask that because
Yes.
I don't want some child to have
No,
gotten a gun.
Not loaded. No ammunition, and no, they're deep somewhere.
were they in the bag still?
They were. Yeah, I didn't
When you
touch the
threw
guns.
them?
Yeah,
No.
I never touched them.
Just want to ask a couple more questions about that philosophy thing. You said he was I think you said he'd kill her, sell her off to slavery, or just buy her off, right? Or just pay her to go away?
Right. To my understanding, that was a conversation they'd had before. That she had given him a number for how much money you got to give me, and I'll go away.
Do you know what that number was, by chance?
Something stupid, maybe like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. It was millions.
Oh, okay. So that probably wasn't an option then?
But I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Did you ever talk about selling her off to slavery?
Again, to me, not in a serious way. More of like, what's the ethical boundaries of that? Like, I know how bizarre that sounds with the outcome.
Sorry, I kind of got off on that. I'll ask a couple of questions. Go ahead, sorry.
All right.
The bad part is philosophers actually have these conversations. It's like, you can find scholarly articles on these conversations.
Good Lord.
I know.
Okay. So, alright, let me get back. So, on the 6th, after Paul's on the bay, after pushing around in the stroller, you would have taken them home, you believe.
Mhm.
And, in your car,
I want to say that it would have been the truck or the X3 because my car was probably parked at Strong Street. So I would have parked my car at Strong Street. We would have. I'm having to think what we would have done logistically.
think about the stroller, because you had the stroller.
So that we wouldn't have taken my car because of the stroller. We would have had the truck to pick that up and gone to Toys R Us. I'm trying to figure out how we got the truck. If the truck had been parked at Strong Street or if it had been parked in Paulson Bay, because that determines where my car was. And where my car was determines which car we took back. I don't remember.
Okay.
I just know we had the truck at Paulson Bay.
Paulson Bay. All right. So that night you dropped him off, probably super late. Did you go home, or did you spend the night, or what did you?
I went home.
You went
I had class at 11 the next day.
which would have been Wednesday, right?
The nice thing about school is the schedule never changes.
Good.
So you can.
It's always the same. Good. All right. So you went to school on Wednesday, the 7th at 11, right?
Mhm.
All right. And till whatever time. What time you think?
I usually got out of class at 5:15.
11 to 5:50? Oh, you had 4 or 5?
classes
Okay.
that day.
Whew, okay. All right. So after class, tell me about after class.
Then I would have gone home and done homework. And I didn't see him on Monday, Wednesday, or Friday.
All right.
So I only saw him on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Then the next day was Thursday, the 8th, right? And that's off day for school, off day for work.
Correct.
All right. I think the last time you were here, you told me that was moving day.
Correct.
All right. So tell me about moving day. How did that go?
Well, I went over to the house. We packed up the rest of whatever was there. He made a point to note that she still hadn't come back, so we had to pack up all of her stuff. Says you do that, and I'll go pack up the other rooms.
Okay.
So I packed up her suitcases, anything that was in her rooms.
Mm-hmm.
Totally smelled weed.
Really?
Brushed it off.
Did you see any weed?
I didn't see any weed, but I could totally smell it.
Mm-hmm. In her stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you did you go get the truck?
At some point, we would have had the truck and the trailer,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't remember.
Picking it up or whatever. Okay.
Maybe
But
I took my car to Paul's in the Bay, drove back, and he'd already been packing, and
All right.
I don't remember.
So you packed up her suitcases, and was the rest of the house packed up, or did y'all have to pack up other stuff?
It was kind of 50-50. I packed up the suitcases, and then I packed up like half the kitchen items.
Okay. Now, when you say kitchen items, was that like food and stuff?
Pantry food, stuff in the refrigerator, stuff like that. We also went to Paul's in the Bay at some point, I don't know when, to, there's like bins that he uses for the aquarium that he's got.
Mm-hmm.
And so we use those. They're like, keep stuff cold.
Like a cooler?
Right.
Like a styrofoam
Right.
thing? Okay.
Multiple ones of those, maybe 6.
All right. And is that what you put the stuff in the refrigerator in?
Correct.
Okay.
Lots of baby milk, too.
Lots of baby milk. Okay.
Breast milk.
Right.
Was in the little plastic sleeves.
Correct.
All right. And was he particular about that? About let's make sure we get this over there, or did he say anything about the breast milk?
Yeah, he said he was going to be super pissed if the breast milk was didn't stay frozen.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right. Did you put ice in with it or anything?
I don't remember. I think he packed that up.
Okay.
I'm not big on touching
Yeah.
breast milk and
Kind of weird.
plastic pouches.
Yeah. Okay.
To
I
each
get
their
it.
own.
Yeah. All right. So y'all packed stuff up to include the stuff out of the refrigerator, the breast milk, the food, the suitcases. You packed up half the kitchen stuff. Did he pack up the other half of the kitchen stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. And what else? Whatever else was left. What was left?
His stuff,
His stuff.
baby stuff.
Who packed that up?
He packed it up, and I did all the loading work.
Okay.
Which really pissed me off about the first move. I did all the loading work on that move too.
Oh, really?
So
What?
there was 2 flights of stairs involved in that one.
Oh, jeez, man. What did y'all pack this stuff up in?
Plastic containers, same like the night before.
Okay, plastic.
Actually, he had made me go to Lowe's and pick up the bigger ones on Thursday.
Okay. So on the 8th, you went to Lowe's?
Correct.
How many did you buy?
He wanted me to get 5 or 6. I think I could only fit 3 or 4. So maybe 3 or 4.
Were you in the truck?
No, I was in my car.
Okay.
I actually tore a little thing in my leather.
Oh, no. How did you pay for these? Did he give you cash, or did you use the right card?
At that point, I still think I had cash from the cash that you'd given me originally.
Okay.
So I think I paid with that.
All right.
So I think he had the red card at that time.
All right. So you picked up some of the. You said like this. So
Correct.
big ones like that. Do you
Yep.
remember what color they were?
Those were black. We'd used those before. That's what he kept all the beans in.
Oh,
All the
okay.
coffee beans.
Okay. All right. And so y'all put all the stuff in there.
Right.
And you did the loading.
Yep.
All right. And you got it all. Was you loading it in the trailer or the truck?
Most of the big containers went in the back of the truck, and then all the miscellaneous stuff that could fly out went in the trailer.
Okay. All right. And were y'all able to make it all in one load?
I think we did. I think so.
About what time was it when y'all completed and started headed to Perdido?
We had to be out of the house by noon or 1, because the owners were coming by to pick up the keys.
Okay.
So yeah, in that context, we wouldn't have had time for more than one trip.
Okay. Did you see the owners?
I did.
You
I
did?
did both.
You did? And, did you talk to them?
Very little.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not much of a talker, to be honest.
Sure. Well, what were they, like, exchanging keys? What was him and Steiger doing?
He gave them the keys. Steiger was sweeping, vacuuming,
Cleaning up.
Making it look nice again.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And, yeah.
And then y'all.
They gave him the keys, or he gave them the keys. I think he forgot a couple of laundry items, and they left them outside for me to pick up.
Later?
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all headed over to Perdido.
Correct.
Did y'all go anywhere else before you went to Perdido?
We might have eaten at some point, but I don't
Hard to
remember.
remember. So you were pulling in the trailer you were driving?
Correct.
Okay. So when you got to Perdido, tell me about that. You had to back the trailer in?
He backed the trailer in,
Okay.
because I didn't
Right.
want to. I don't know how to drive a trailer, really. I've only done it a handful of times.
Right, okay.
It's not one of my expertise skills.
All right. Right. So he backed the trailer in.
Right.
And then what happened?
I unloaded all of everything in the trailer
Okay.
after loading it.
So you unloaded it, or did he help you?
He was holding the baby and feeding her.
Okay, so you unloaded it. Where were the barrels at that time?
In the garage.
Still right where you left them the night before, or the couple days prior?
As far as I remember.
Okay.
I think he had moved the whole garage items around. Like the hot air balloon had been shifted all to the left. So we kind of just dumped everything off and he moved everything to the left side.
So he had been back over there and moved things around? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying? Okay.
I'm assuming.
Okay, because things were moved around.
Right.
All right. What about the black, or I don't know, say black because you didn't say black. I don't know why I keep saying black. But the large plastic containers that y'all had moved
All
there.
still in the garage.
Still in the garage?
Right.
In the same place or moved around?
Everything was on the left side.
If you're facing it was on the left. If you're facing into the garage.
Right.
Okay. All right. And so.
But I'm not sure if he moved it in a different day or not. On the Tuesday after we unloaded everything, he gave me the baby and said, "Here, she's restless. Try and get her to take a nap."
Mm-hmm.
So I sat out on the couch and she took a nap.
And this is at the house over on
Perdido.
Okay.
Right.
And that was the 6th because this was the 8th.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So you don't know what he was doing out there. You were
He was
just
in the garage
trying to get her.
while she was napping.
All right. Settle down.
Right.
Okay.
And actually, there was a lady who stopped in at that same point in time. She was there to change the light bulbs.
Oh.
She worked for the management company.
Oh, okay.
So
All
she
right.
comes in and I was like,
Don't wake the baby. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So she changed the light bulbs and then she left. And so back to the 8th, you unloaded everything. Did you put it in the trailer, or in the garage, or did you put stuff in the house?
some stuff went to the garage, some stuff went to the house, some stuff to the kitchen. It was kind of a, where do you want this?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you want this?
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And when you finished unloading everything and everything that y'all had put in there, then what happened?
I don't remember.
Did you leave the trailer there, or did you?
Yeah, we left the trailer there.
Okay.
The trailer sat there for the next few months.
Did you put the balloon stuff back in it?
No.
You didn't. So the
Balloon stuff was all left in the trailer, or in the garage.
in the garage, and that was the basket, the balloon.
Basket, balloon. Yeah, I don't think anything else.
Okay.
There might have been miscellaneous little things.
When y'all took the basket out, did it take 2 of y'all to move the basket out?
Yes.
Okay.
Same with the balloon
The
itself.
balloon, it's heavy. So how did y'all?
Roughly.
How did you move it? Like you grab one side, I grab the other, and move it.
Balloon, yes.
Mhm.
Hot air balloon, or no, basket, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hot air balloon, we had to roll it
So it's kind of round and would roll down the.
down the ramp and into the garage. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then from there, it's slick. You can just drag it around.
Right. Okay. At what point did y'all put the basket and stuff back in the trailer?
I never helped him load it back up.
You never helped him. Okay. So that was the 8th, which was Thursday, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Friday would have been
Back at work.
All right. Do you remember? I guess y'all went back to Paul's on the Bay, and your car was probably there. You think?
Thursday, I Ubered back. We left the truck and the trailer there. It was actually a lift.
Okay.
He bought me a lift back to my car.
And where was your car?
My car was at Paul's on the Bay. I got Ubered back to Strong Street because the X3 was there. And then there were the items that were left out on the porch that I loaded into the X3. Drove that to Paul's on the Bay. Picked up my car from Paul's on the Bay and went home.
Okay. And that was the end of the 8th.
Right.
So the 9th was the Friday.
Right.
Do you remember when the next contact you had with him was?
I would assume Tuesday.
Alright, so that was...
If he texted, basically if anybody texted me while I was working,
Yeah.
it's not likely for me to respond.
Alright, so Tuesday would have been...
Drinking a lot of water here.
That's alright. If you need to use the bathroom, you just let me know. Because I'll probably have to go to the bathroom here in just a little bit. Okay,
No
so
worries.
Tuesday would have been the 13th. Right? 13th. It is. The 13th.
Okay.
Alright, so do you remember the back to the 13th?
Back to the 13th. Not specifically.
So now he's living over in Perdido. So when you would go to the house to pick him up or wherever, this would be the first times you were picking him up in Perdido. Do you recall
Right.
the first time picking him up in Perdido?
I mean, that date sounds good.
Mhm.
Probably likely that I did.
Mhm.
But we'd finished moving. So at that point, we were probably just doing coffee. Back to normal. Back to
Right.
coffee stuff.
Right. Was he already in the as far as making the arrangements to have the coffee shop? Had that been made yet?
It was still a bit unclear. He had toured the Jefferson place earlier
Mm-hmm.
and the Alcanese place. Excuse me.
Mhm.
But there were no leases.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So, you don't recall going to pick him up during that time? Or if you did go pick him up?
I mean, I'm sure I picked him up.
Right?
I just don't remember
Okay.
specifically.
All right. Do you remember when he got his license? Did he get his license before he got the lease on Jefferson, or which came first?
I think he got the license first, but I don't know.
Okay. Did y'all ever go back over to the storage unit?
No, not that I recall. But he did, the last time I was there was the February 1st. After that, I still go back and pay the bill on it because
Right.
it's kind of in my name, so I don't know what to do. But at some point in that vicinity and time frame, he picked up my key. So he said
Okay.
he lost his key, took my
Right.
key to it, and I don't have a key to the storage
So
unit.
then you never went back there
Correct.
to it. What's the first? Did y'all have any conversations in reference Cassandra and where Cassandra was, and had he heard from Cassandra during that time?
If I asked, have you heard from Cassandra anything, he would say, well, honestly, I'm kind of glad that she's gone, and, well, she knows my number, she knows where I live, if she wants to contact me, she will.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of his response to, but I didn't want to keep poking the bear, like, do I
Right.
really
Do you? Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
talking about this?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I understand. Did you know of Cassandra having a computer?
No, not that I know of.
So you didn't ever see a computer?
No.
Did you know of Cassandra to have a telephone?
Yes.
What kind of telephone did she have?
I think she had an iPhone.
An iPhone. When's the last time you saw that telephone?
The last time I saw her, she had it in her hand.
So, and that would have been the first?
Correct.
Okay. Did it have a case on it? Could you describe what it looked like for me?
I think it had a case. But, I mean, all iPhones kind of look alike.
Right.
I think it was a gray or black iPhone.
Okay. When you went back to the house on the first, did you see that gray or black iPhone at the house?
I don't remember. So he was doing the shipping thing. So he was shipping coffee beans. So he always talked about having multiple devices.
Mm-hmm.
So he had multiple phones and multiple means of communication to run his shipping business, which was explained to me as him becoming a coffee dealer. And he was dealing coffee across the country.
Mm-hmm.
So he always talked about needing alternate cell phones.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember specifically seeing her phone.
Mm-hmm. What about a purse? Did you see her purse?
No. I didn't see any personal items. Anything like that.
And that would be the night that you went back there on the first. You didn't see her purse? Or prior to that, when she was walking in the door with the balloons and the cake and stuff, do you recall seeing her with a purse?
I don't recall. I remember the cake and all that stuff. But
Okay. All right. Why would a person need multiple phones?
so the explanation that I was given and clarification for it was that he had told the probation office that he was only making X amount of money. And that the coffee company wasn't profitable, that he wasn't making money. And he didn't want them to have access to any money that he was making because he didn't want to be taken back to jail for lying previously.
Mm-hmm.
So he needed to run the shipping business without other people being aware of it.
So this shipping business, did it have a name?
Not that I'm aware of. I think he shipped under Global Escapades.
Is that the balloon company?
I don't actually know what it pertains to.
Did you ever see any of these shipments?
Do you mean like, can you specify?
Pickup shipments, send shipments?
Yes. Yes. I saw the containers that were being picked up when we picked them up at, there's a shipping dock. Where's that shipping dock? I don't remember the name of the shipping dock.
About where's it at?
I need a map. It's close to Fairfield and it's close to the Pensacola Christian Academy. That school over there, there's a shipping thing over there.
Okay. Might figure that out. And when you say shipping, is this a place where like semi trucks would ship items,
Correct.
like a freight place?
Correct.
So y'all would go there and pick up items?
We never shipped anything out, but I would drive because I was driving them around. That'd be one of the stops, is pick up the shipment that came in.
And what was in this shipment?
I never saw inside of the shipments. Just the exterior box, and I was told it was coffee.
What did the box look like?
A toolbox.
Like a,
This big, this tall, black, orange handles, and wrapped in green plastic.
He didn't tell you what was in there.
He told me it was coffee.
What do you think it was?
At the time, coffee.
What do you think it was now?
Cocaine.
Why do you think that?
Why? Well, my attorney says that they found cocaine in a unit that he has up in New York. So,
I don't even know. Maybe
No,
your
news to
attorney,
me.
yeah,
No.
maybe your attorney knows more than we do. Did you ever get out at this shipping place, this freight place, and help him load items? Load these big
no, the guy that works there always loaded it. His name's Monty.
Monty?
Yeah,
And
black dude.
black guy? How old is
Good dude.
Monty?
Mid-40s maybe?
You know his last name?
No.
Did you ever see the trucks that they came in on, or so
The
y'all were
shipment
there?
was already there.
Already
every time.
there. And was there ever a bill of lading?
I never looked.
Okay, so
If I get out of the car, it was just to smoke.
so there was never paperwork or anything that accompanied these shipments?
You mean as far as saying where they came from and all that stuff?
Well, usually, like if you pick up a shipment at a freight place, it comes with
He would go in and handle the paperwork on the inside while I was in the car. It would get loaded and then we'd leave.
okay.
So
Were these did it appear heavy?
they always use the lift gate, so
Okay.
I just don't know.
Did so when you would pick it up, where would you take it?
Always back to his house.
To his house in Perdido?
His house in Perdido.
And were you were never there when he opened
Never
it?
saw them open. Just never opened them.
How did he get them off the truck?
I want to say lift gate. He used the lift gate for everything.
Right, of course. I mean, I understand that,
Everything.
but then like when the lift gate would hit the ground, then you either have to drag it off or use a
Right.
dolly or.
I don't think he ever used a dolly. They had wheels on them, so you could
Oh, okay.
wheel it.
All right. So they had wheels.
Yeah.
So the wheels, the part of the wheels where you said the green plastic was wrapped up, the wheels were not wrapped up. So it was able to, or did he unwrap them?
I don't recall, but
When was the last time you recall going there to the shipping dock?
mid-May, somewhere around there,
Okay.
months ago.
How often would y'all go?
Not too often. Maybe once a month, maybe somewhere around there.
Did he ever take any of these containers over to Dina's?
He would take them to Dina's, but he wouldn't leave them at Dina's. He didn't want them left at Dina's.
So if y'all went to Dina's, would y'all like unload them off the truck, take them in, and then when
They
y'all
would
left,
just sit in the back.
sit in the back of the truck?
Yeah.
And he wasn't worried about someone stealing them in that sketchy neighborhood?
I don't know.
Did he ever pick up that you know of any containers with cash in them that you saw?
There could have been cash. I never saw any containers with cash except $100,000 that you guys picked up. He had
So you saw.
flashed that.
Oh, he did. So when did he flash that to you?
Maybe late May
So in the Perdido house.
in the Perdido house.
And
It's kind of see, look at this. We need to get to work so we can get the coffee shop up because we got to turn this into
Right.
an engine that makes more money.
gotcha. And
This is our investment money, is really
and where did he show it to you at?
his house
Inside the house?
in the garage.
In the garage?
Where he kept it.
What was it in?
Toolbox.
Toolbox. Was it in one of the containers that looked like the same container from the shipping place, or a
No,
different
it was a
container?
small toolbox.
Small,
Like a handheld
like a hand-
toolbox.
Okay.
Did he say where the money came from?
He said that it was all money that he had saved up over the years, that it was after-tax dollars, that it had been just money that he'd accumulated.
Where did you think you got the money from?
Honestly, I thought that, so my belief of what Steiger had done for a living is that he was the father of the flavored water, that he had done the Steiger guitar, worked with Larry King, done deals with Donald Trump in the Utah project development. So, I honestly, it seemed like this is money that this dude has saved up. Because nobody just has $100,000 laying around in cash unless you've been saving up. I'm 22. If I've been saving up for a couple of years, maybe I got $5,000. You don't. But, you know, it's not. If you're 53, you've been saving up for 30 years. Doesn't seem too off to me.
Mm-hmm.
Can I take you back to where y'all were packing up the house?
Which part?
It had probably been around the 8th.
Okay.
You said you were packing up her items.
Yes.
In a suitcase? Did you pack it into a suitcase?
I want to say I used, for sure, a suitcase.
Can you describe that suitcase?
I think it's purple. And also a couple of the silver plastic bins would have been used.
When you say bins, are they metal or plastic?
Plastic. Silver plastic bins. And that would have been bigger stuff, you know, like baby toys and stuff like that.
The barrels that you described earlier, you said they were green and they were 55 gallons.
Yes.
Do you remember anything else about them? Like what they were originally used for by chance or anything like that?
He said that he got them from Shelby to, he was either going to use them to put honey in, or he was going to use them to test the climate of the coffee bean storage in the garage.
Do you remember like how the lids would be secured if they screwed on, or if they even had lids?
They had lids for sure. It looked a little bit, it wasn't twist-on lids that you seal like a
Right.
something. I don't know. It was, I think they had like the thing that you put around on the outside, like a C-ring seal like this,
Okay.
and then twist or something. I don't know.
Would you say twist like a bolt or something, or like a lock, some kind of weird locking mechanism?
When you say
I don't
twist,
know.
like twist and turn, like you tighten up, is that kind of twist, or
Like
Kinda picture.
something that you put here and then lock. Like maybe it's got a latch
Oh, okay.
and then you lock one side.
Okay.
I've only seen them unlocked and unlatched, so I don't know.
can we take a bathroom break?
Yeah, if you
Can
need
you
to
use the bathroom? You know where it is. It's right there.
I would love a smoke.
Do you mind taking him to smoke? You just go. Do you have them with you?
Yes.
Okay, you want to just go maybe out back?
Oh, but I don't have a lighter.
I don't smoke. I don't know if anybody up here smokes.
Can we go out front to?
Can you use the bathroom?
Oh, we did.
Marcus's pocket. We're not putting that in here. I'm just not sure.
Get some water? A little bottle of water?
I'm okay.
Sure.
Do we have one more?
We do. Oh, we did. Oh, it's still there.
3 waters is a bit indulgent, but
Hey, when you're thirsty, your mouth is dry,
Little OD with all that water.
you'll be alright. It's not bad for you. Alright, you feel better since you had a little smoke?
I do.
Good. I want to ask you a couple questions. Show you some pictures.
Well, I want to see pictures.
Does that look like the trailer?
Yes.
That's the trailer? That's another side of it?
Yep.
Is that like the basket?
Yes.
And the balloon?
Yes.
And this is looks like it did when you saw it, maybe? I mean,
Scattered
ropes
and
stuff, yeah, around in it.
correct.
Alright, this is like another angle, like up over it. You see that, like past, is that one of the things that you were talking about that y'all moved? The night
Which night?
that you
For
moved?
sure on the 8th we would have moved those. I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember what the boxes on the 1st. You couldn't see them. There should be security footage from Noah's Ark on the 1st.
And this is the basket with the stuff in it, the burners or whatever.
Correct.
Alright. This is a picture of the storage unit. Are these these
I
have
would
the
have
yellow
purchased those at
handle?
Lowe's, yeah.
These are the ones that you purchased.
Correct, but I only purchased 3 or 4. He had some previously.
Oh, just like them?
Correct.
With the
There was
yellow
a specific type he wanted me to get, and that was it.
handle? Okay, alright. Let's see. This is of the,
That looks like the suitcase I would have picked up.
this is one that you packed up just like that one.
Looks like it.
You recognize anything else in there?
I mean, I helped load the whole storage unit, so.
All that looks familiar.
Should.
When would you have loaded the purple suitcase up in the point to?
On the 8th.
That was the one that you packed up.
On the 8th. I think so.
These are the two 55-gallon drums.
Correct.
And, is this what you were telling us about? The locking?
Yeah. I got the hinge maybe on the back and then secured it at one point.
And you remember it having this or no having that?
It did have that.
One did or both did?
I think one did and the other one had like a
crank one?
I don't know if it was a crank.
Well, I know what you're talking
different.
about. It was different. Yes,
Different.
I remember seeing it, and it was
Like a
different. Yeah,
Yeah.
like a lever. Good. So these were the ones that you saw. Now you can see this better.
Mhm.
You know, does that look like the ones that you purchased, or the ones that he had already had
Yes.
from those?
Yes.
All right. Would this
Those are
be
familiar.
the kind that y'all moved the night on the 1st when you got there?
I don't recall what those look like.
So you don't
recall.
You don't remember the ones what they look like on moving day on the
On
1st?
the 1st. I mean, it's very likely that we would have used one of those at some point. I just don't.
You don't remember if that was day.
remember.
This is the balloon.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And this is what you said y'all rolled out,
Correct.
and that's the basket.
Mhm.
And this was the stuff that was left in the garage,
Correct.
and you never helped him put this stuff back in there.
No.
How do you think he got it back in there?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Could one man do it?
Yes, if you really exerted a lot of energy. I think this weighs probably 300 pounds, but it rolls, and this it slides.
Well, you'd have to roll it uphill, which
Right.
would be more than 300 pounds because you'd be going uphill.
Against the
Yes, and this was full of burners and all that.
Right.
I can tell you how much that weighed.
20 pounds.
520.
Yes.
I wouldn't weight it.
Nice.
2 or 3 men.
I could push it down by myself, but you couldn't push it up by myself.
He's a mountain of a man. This guy.
So, I don't know that, but
Let's go back to when you went to the house that night, and he was all frantic, and you walked in, and the car was there, her car was there, right? And he tells you, oh, she's gone on a vacation. How do you think she left on her vacation if the car was there?
He said that she had friends and that she was picked up. He said that she had friends with money and that she was picked up.
Did you believe that?
Yes, because he had talked about her having friends with money at the time, previously.
What kind of friends did you have with money? Kind of crazy?
I don't know. He had mentioned that she had threatened to leave before. That, she had reminded him that she knew people and that she was capable of finding someone to leave with.
When did he tell you that rendition of that story, that part? That night?
He reiterated it that night, but he had told me it previously. I don't recall exactly when it started.
I'm sure you know the picture. So, when you went there that night, the smash cake was there. It looked like there had been a party. It looked like maybe some fun had just happened, huh?
Perhaps.
Not that a party had just happened and that here it is. First name. Is that the Strong Street house?
Yes.
That's it. Did Steiger show you a video of the birthday party?
No.
He didn't show you a video of the birthday party? Well, he took a video of the birthday party. He took actually 3. And it was mostly the baby and the smash cake and stuff. And then there was a part of the video where Evelyn, she's smashing the cake and she's wanting to taste it. Did he talk to you about that? About eating the cake?
He had mentioned that that he didn't want the baby to have sugar, but I didn't mention about her eating the cake or show me any videos or anything like that.
Did you talk about that not wanting to eat sugar being part of the smash cake?
What do you mean?
When he
She
said,
could have smashed the cake because she might get some in her mouth, or
did he talk about sugar and smash cake in the same conversation?
maybe?
Do you remember what you told me last time?
I'm thinking I think he said that he didn't want the baby to eat sugar, so he was upset about the smash cake. So I think.
Did he say they had an argument about it?
I think he had mentioned that they weren't too happy about it.
When did he say that they had an argument?
That night.
That night?
Yeah.
When did he tell you that they had an argument? That night when you got over there, or?
Probably. I think so.
Probably
that night.
yes, or I think so.
Probably, I think so. I don't remember exactly.
And so he said they had an argument about the smash cake. Probably yes, I think so. And is that why she left on her vacation?
I think it would have been part of it.
You think it would have been, or that was part of it?
can't definitively say it. I don't know.
The times that you saw Cassandra with the baby, good mom, seemed to take care of the baby.
I wouldn't say she was a bad mom, but she didn't really do much with the baby. When I was there, Steiger was usually the one holding her. Mom was usually playing video games, watching TV, doing something. If you gave her the kid back, they would go back to the back bedroom, take a nap. She didn't really do much with her. That I saw.
How often or how much do you think Steiger was away from home? A great deal, or?
To my knowledge, it was when I was around because he couldn't leave. Unless he Ubered. But I don't know that he was Ubering all that much.
Right. So he was gone a lot in the evenings.
Right.
To calls on the bay. Do you know of anyone else that was giving him rides?
Not during that time, no.
Would you be surprised if I told you that there were other people giving him rides and that he wasn't home very much?
A little bit, because he was very adamant every time that I saw him. I only have you for 2 days. That means I can only work for 2 days. I need every minute that you're available. Was his repeated words. And the amount of times that I got complained at for being there 11 instead of 10.
Right. Well, that may have been him just more of his manipulation with you. You think?
I don't know what to think.
Yeah.
Things.
So when we were here before, we took your phone and we told you that that we were going to get a search warrant for your phone. Okay. Right. So everything in your phone we have.
Right.
That we viewed and looked at. Everything, every tower location that your phone is communicated with, we've been able to look at. Okay, right. And I had just this one printed up. This one is actually this is the tower location here. This is Steiger's house. But this is your phone communicating with this tower. So right. I just wanted to show you just one of these. This isn't how we get them. We get them in a cone, and it shows us. So, like, for instance, on the night of the 1st, I know exactly what time you left your house. I know exactly, basically, where you went. From the 1st, I mean, we went back prior to that. We went after that. So I asked you those questions about where you went, what you were doing, just to gauge your truthfulness.
Okay.
Okay. So I wanted to tell you that so that you would understand about the phone. The phone, not only your phone, Steiger's phone, Cassandra's phone, they all tell us a story. Okay. The night that you went back over there and you saw the smash cake was there, Steiger was frantic. All of a sudden, he wants you to start moving. And oh, by the way, me and her, we had a fight about this smash cake, about the sugar in the smash cake, and she's gone. Friends picked her up. She's gone. She's gone on an extended vacation. Pack her stuff up. This is a few days later. But right now, we need to move this stuff. We need to go to the storage place. We're moving some pretty hefty things. I wanted to show you this too. This is part of a video from the night of the smash cake. This is actually him videoing, and it kind of just went around the room. Does this look like a lady that's fixing to leave? She's sitting right in front of, here's the high chair. She's sitting right in front of the baby's cake. You can see cake all over the floor. And she had been videoing the baby with her cake. This lady is not fixing to go on an extended vacation. They're having a party.
I've never seen these photos or videos.
Well, I'm telling you, that's when it was. I'm not lying to you. I haven't lied to you at all. That's when it was. This lady wasn't fixing to go on vacation. She's still breastfeeding this baby. I've talked to Steiger since I've talked to you. Since we found Cassandra's body. What do you think Steiger told me about her death? What do you think he told me?
I don't know.
What do you think he told me?
I don't know.
I don't think that you are telling me and being completely honest with me. I think you're giving me half-truths of what I might want, what I might be satisfied with. I'm not satisfied with half-truths. I'm satisfied with the full truth. And I know you're not giving me that. And I'm going to be honest with you about cocaine, money. I told you in the beginning, I ain't the drug police, I ain't the cocaine police, I ain't the money police. But if I have to follow the money to solve a murder, then that's what I'm going to have to do. I don't care about that stuff. I care about this girl. I care about this girl. I care about the fact that she is the mother of this baby. You know? That's what I care about. I care about that I found her dead body in a barrel, rotting in a trailer. That's what I care about.
It's horrible.
It's very horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible, Julian. And you were a part of it. There's your dead body in the trailer. Why don't you want to see it? Why don't you want to see it?
I've never seen a dead body, and I don't want to.
Well,
Julian, tell us what happened.
tell us what happened that night.
Can you move the picture of the dead body away? I don't want to see it.
All right. It's gone. Tell us what happened.
You're going to feel a whole lot better when you do.
It's not that I don't feel good. I didn't have anything to do with her death. I had nothing to do with it.
What happened to her?
How would I know? I wasn't there. I've never seen the dead body. How would I know what actually happened to her?
What did he tell you happened?
He didn't.
What did he tell you?
When?
That night. That night when you went over there, what did he tell you? What did he tell you after that? What has he told you?
Why do I trust you?
Why don't you trust me? I'm not here to hinder you up. I'm here to find out what happened. I don't think you're a bad person. I think you just got mixed up with this evil read every text message you've ever sent him. I know that in the beginning that you thought he was somebody that you could learn from, that you could communicate with, that he was somebody on your level. I understand how you got to where you're at right now. Do I think that you're responsible for that? I don't want to think you're responsible for this. No, I don't. But you're not telling me everything. I cannot help you. I cannot stand up for you unless you're honest with me. If you're honest with me, I will do everything I can to help you.
You promise?
I promise. I promise. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see you get yourself.
I spent a night in jail on my little sister's birthday.
It's better than spending the rest of your life in jail.
I don't want to spend any time in jail.
Then you need to be
I
forthcoming.
didn't see anything. I've never seen anything. I didn't know anything at the time. I helped my friend move.
What do you know now?
First time he described the event, he said that she was frantically packing, and she was grabbing all of her stuff, and she was telling him she's going to leave, grabbing the baby. And he said he didn't really say that, though. He implied
Okay. What did he imply?
that he strangled her.
How did he imply that? What was the words that he used?
I don't remember.
Julian, you're smart. You're a smart guy.
You know, there's certain things in memory that you block out because you don't want to believe that any of that was possible.
I believe that does happen, but I also believe when reality hits that sometimes your memory, I know it opens back up. If we need to go back, if we need to go back and talk again, you know, we need to go back from the time that you went in the house, or go back to the conversation that he had with you. What did he say?
He said the where and the when has been decided. Take a minute, sit down. Because what was real for me the whole time and what was just a philosophical argument for you has just become your reality.
Was that at the house that night?
Yeah. After we got back.
From
Moving.
moving? And so then what happened? Did you sit down? And what did he say?
So this is going to live with me for the rest of my life. The guilt. He's talking about himself here. He's not that empathetic. And he didn't describe it. He just said she didn't even fight back. His words, like the most irritating things to your back, like that's something that somebody would look for when doing that.
What were you feeling when he said that?
Complete shock.
What were you thinking?
Fuck you.
What did he say after she did leave my backpack?
Emotioned. Later telling the story, he stopped himself. Maybe she passed out, she went too easily, maybe she had a heart attack, maybe she fainted. His hands were trembling as he checked the pulse. I just told him to stop talking.
Did he stop? What did he say when he checked her pulse?
Just that his hands were shaking.
He said his hands were shaking? Did he say what he did then? Did he try to get her help? Try to revive her?
Didn't say anything. He tried to get me to help him dispose of the body. I wouldn't do it. Wouldn't I do? Since I knew it was in there, I didn't want to drive.
How did he want you to do that?
He wanted to build a furnace by using the hot air balloon things. We called it a crucifix.
When was that? That night that y'all did the moving or later?
Later on.
What he was building was going to be called a crucifix, or is it
That's what
called? He called it a crucifix. Explain to me what he was going to do.
Some kind of device built around blowing the torches in and something. It was more scientific than that, but those are the conversations that I wasn't really listening. Staring out the window.
Were you in the car? Or the truck, or wherever?
Usually, whenever we talked.
Did you talk about it more than once?
No. No, after that he dropped it. Until the day after you guys interviewed me. In my brief conversation with him. It was just us. He looked at me and said, "This is your fault for not helping me dispose of the body."
And what did you say to him?
I didn't respond.
What did you want to say?
Fuck you, you motherfucker.
It's your fault because you're a murderer.
Burn in hell.
And he will. He took this baby's life away from her. Did he tell you where he put her?
No.
When he was talking about the crucifix, did he tell you where the body was?
No. I never asked. I didn't want to know.
On the,
I assumed that when I was giving her a nap, he was moving things around. I don't know. I didn't see anything. He didn't say anything.
where do you think her body had been?
At what point?
When you got to the house that night, where do you think her body was?
Either at the storage unit or Paul's in the bay.
You think it was already there?
You mean when I arrived? Or
When
when
you
we got
arrived-
back from moving?
When you arrived at his home, called you and he said, get over here. Or get here quick or something.
Mhm.
Where was her body, you think, when you got there?
He had me hold the baby in the office room.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came in, we went into the office room. He said, here, hold the baby. And then he walked out. So it's somewhere in the rest of the house.
So did he say, stay right here? Stay in here in the office room?
Usually hold the baby meant stay here.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear her moving around or scuffling around?
I didn't hear anything.
And so when he came back into the office room, what did he say?
Let's get to moving. Not so jovial as that.
Mm-hmm. Was the containers like in the living room, or where were they at that time?
Living room.
In the living room. Had they been in the living room when you walked in?
I don't think so. He told me where in the house.
Where?
In the aisle. Here, hallway.
In the hallway? Is this, you say here?
Here's the kitchen. Here's the front room. Here's the side of the house. Take a left here. There's a hallway.
It goes down towards the
Master
back
bedroom.
bedroom. So it happened right there in the hallway?
As far as I know. As far as what I was told.
Mm-hmm.
He said where the baby was.
I really don't want to answer that question.
You need to answer it.
She hold the baby.
As far as I know.
Did you say that?
That she kind of collapsed. The baby slid down her.
Had they had like a physical altercation? I mean, did he,
Not that I know of.
he just said he grabbed her this? Am I
That she was
correct?
threatening to leave with the baby. I don't really know that that's what happened.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
Because in other variations, it was, I killed her with my words, and that she was ready to go, and that she'd been suicidal, and that she was maybe taking drugs or doing whatever else she was doing.
And that was after the first initial explanation?
It was woven in. I never knew the truth with this guy I was given.
Sure.
Less than what I'm giving you. Which is the whole picture.
You said a while ago, David, you said he did like this. Did he do like that?
That's the motion.
He made this motion, which would be like that.
He do that to you. Like he acted out to you what happened.
No,
Oh.
So he just did like this?
just motioned.
Something like that. And how did you find out that the baby had slid down her leg?
He told me that she was holding her. Baby's fur.
That day that you left here, and we took your phone, how did you get in touch with him? Did you call him, or did he call you?
He showed up at my house.
That day?
7:30 in the morning. Knocked on my door for about an hour. Till 8:30. Picked up the rest of the cash that he had at my house. Then I left for work.
Is he still there when you left?
that's when he told you that it was your fault because you didn't help him dispose of the body.
Correct.
The guns, did you get rid of the guns the day before or that day?
The day before.
The day before. The day you left here.
Not because of any connection, but because I didn't want guns being found.
And you told me earlier that you didn't remember. I believe you do remember. Where did you throw those guns?
I don't.
What if those guns were used to kill other people?
I've thought about that.
I find it hard that you don't remember where you threw them. You need to be honest about. You're being honest about everything. I hope.
I am. And I would love to be honest about that. But I don't. I can't.
Were you in your car when you did it, or did you throw them out in your pond, in your house?
That would have been simple. But no.
What time of day did you do it?
Immediately after leaving here.
You went straight home and got them?
When you left your house, which direction did you go after you picked up the guns?
These are the questions I don't want to answer. But not because of me.
Because of who? Who are you trying to protect? Surely not him.
Fuck no. Fuck him.
Who are you trying to protect?
I gave my mom the guns and told her to get rid of them.
That's fine.
And she tells me she doesn't remember where she threw them, so I don't remember where she threw them.
Okay.
And I don't want...
She's not going to be in any trouble. Okay? And I'll ask her what she did with them. She'll be honest, because she's an honest person. She'll tell me. She may have given it to her friend. He may have gotten rid of them. She'll know what she did with them, and I feel that she'll tell me. I hope that she will. Steiger's a really bad person. And I'm sorry that you got mixed up with him. But I do appreciate, you know, I felt like I had to dig it out of you, but I appreciate that hopefully that you were somewhat honest. Is it bothering you to look at him?
No.
Is there anything else you want to tell me about that?
About what?
About Cassandra? Where's Cassandra's phone? About Cassandra's purse?
I don't know. I've never seen any personal items during that move.
Did you happen to see a Hello Kitty key?
No.
Any rings or jewelry? You ever seen any of that?
No.
day she was there, did you stay over there that day?
Yes.
After he told you? Why?
I think there was a big part of me that felt this, like, massive rage. I'm not a vindictive or easily provoked person. I don't get mad. I very rarely get mad. There's something about that, just like, he wouldn't stop talking about the baby and the guilt and the whatever else. I didn't really go to sleep until 6. I got maybe 2 hours of sleep.
Sure.
3, maybe.
What kind of guilt was he talking about? You said it was about himself. Tell me about that.
That he would have to live with this for the rest of his life. That how would he ever answer the child if she looked at him and said, "You took my mother"? The philosophical basis of life, death. You know how he fixates on one topic and talks forever.
Yes.
Did you ever think that you needed to call the police?
I was a bit afraid to call the police.
Why was that?
Just killed the mother of his child. What's the guy that drives him around? They knew he had cash. They knew he had talked about other ways of doing it. Assumed he had connections. Like I told him outside, there was a point when Steiger took the plea and decided to testify against Sam's. And we were standing outside of his beach house, and a bus drove up, and he pulls me back behind the wall, and he's looking at it, and he's like, "You think that's a hit squad?" I'm like, "Why would you think that?" He's like, "Because that's something I would do if somebody was going to testify against me." And I'm like,
So all that was in the back of your mind? Did you ever ask for the guns back?
that morning,
The morning he came to the house? And what did you tell him?
they're gone.
What did he say?
No. It's like I don't want to go to prison. That was my escape plan.
That was his escape plan? He was going to kill himself?
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
Who all was around when he said that?
Just me.
How long had he been talking about killing her before the murder?
Since September, maybe.
How often would he talk about it?
A couple times a week.
Why did he want to kill her?
Well, I told you before. See, they never should have produced a child who was What are you talking about?
I know you hate talking about it, but it's important that we understand, we see the whole big picture.
That it was an unhealthy sex relationship that reproduce a child. Couldn't stand to look at her. That she was bipolar. That she reminded him of his mother. And then when he was a kid and he thought back, he looked back at the past and said, I wish my father had done that to my mother. That he wanted to protect the child from her. That she was unpleasable. Couldn't keep her happy. But these conversations were in conflict with my knowledge of her, because she would say that, her family sucked, that she didn't like any of her family, that her friends were not people that she wanted to be around, that she liked some of the things about Steiger, but she didn't know how serious he was about other things. He had told me, too, that she had told him that some days she was good, and some days she was, wanting to grab a knife and stab him in the back while he sleeps. This is the direct quote.
Did he ever say to you that he was rescued?
Not in so few words. But I think you could infer from everything else.
Did he ever say anything about, because the police hadn't contacted him, did he think he was going to be okay?
We didn't talk about it. It's not something that we talked about. Certainly nothing I would ever bring up, and certainly nothing that I would ever acknowledge.
Other than him talking about...
Because how valuable is this? The choking motion, the where and the when has been decided. How valuable is that? I've never seen a body. I don't know. You've told me so many things which are off base, which don't line up, which just...
Right.
There's so many parallels. Like, for all I know, she could be on vacation. For all I know, she could have just decided. For all I know, you could have paid her off. I don't actually know.
Right.
How do I know that this isn't just a story to appease me so that I continue to do whatever the fuck you want me to do? I don't know.
Right.
You never know.
What did you think whenever you found out that we found her body?
Relief.
Relief on whose part? Relief that she was going to have a proper burial? Relief for her family?
Those things.
Relief for you?
I don't know if it's a personal relief. I think there was just like... It was very difficult for me to work with him at very specific points in time, because there was such a part of me that felt this injustice that I couldn't be around him. I was deeply angered, and I don't think that anger was going to go away.
Do you feel like as time went on that you came to believe that, yeah, maybe he did something to her? That this...
I think when I found out about the cocaine, I kind of started to connect my own dots about what kind of person he is and what kind of I couldn't take it.
Do you know how she got put in the barrel?
I don't know. Not definitively.
Did he ever tell you she was in the barrels?
No. But I saw the barrels. Was illogical. So we never brought coffee there. If we brought coffee there, it would have been so... I never would have thought twice.
Did he ever tell you what she was in prior to being put in the barrel?
No. Never told me what was in. I never saw her.
Do you think any of those boxes you moved the night of the first was over 100 pounds?
Maybe.
Is that one that would have been put at the storage unit, or wherever that box had been put at?
I don't think we moved anything heavy in the storage unit.
So it would have been in the trailer?
I think so.
That same box, do you remember where it was at whenever y'all moved to the house?
In the trailer.
Right. Did you unload that box from the trailer when you was unloading the trailer? Or did he?
We both did.
Any foul odors?
No smell.
How long, I'm sorry, do you know how long the trailer had been at his home before he moved it?
You mean in Perdido?
Mhm.
Since the day that we finished moving him till our last interaction, the last time I was there. I don't know when that was specifically, but
Do you know where he moved it to?
no. Well, I've read it on the news, so yes.
Right.
But no, I've never been there, and I don't.
So you didn't help him tow the trailer that time?
No.
Did you help him pick up the barrels?
When they were empty. But no, we didn't pick them up. He said he bought them from Shelby.
Do you know who took him to buy them?
I don't know. They were just there. It was like, dude, that's suspicious. And he's like, it's for coffee. We're testing the storage unit to make sure that the beans stay good. Alright, fine.
Why do you think he bought 2 barrels?
I don't know.
Does that concern you?
When you say it like that, maybe a little bit.
This would concern me.
Did it concern me? Yeah.
Too.
Concern me for you.
I figured it'd be for you or Dina, personally.
He had mentioned Dina before.
Why do you want to whack her?
She annoyed the shit out of him.
Has he ever talked about killing anybody else?
No.
What do you say about Dina? How is he gonna?
He didn't say. It was more of a, again, joking tone. Maybe Dina ought to have a place to go.
Well, there was 2 barrels.
Did he ever talk about Cassandra as being more than just a milk for the baby?
He said that she wanted more.
He did.
He couldn't seem to look at her. His words.
When did you made a statement a minute ago about you learned about the cocaine. When did you learn about this cocaine?
Right. So, the shipping company I told you about that he was running on the down low.
Sure.
Was the only thing that made the coffee business seem legitimate to me. Because he was buying a significant portion of beans from the red card at my account. And I saw him on the phone with the traders and purchasing all these beans. And so it didn't make sense for him to be buying these beans if he had no audience. He had no store. He had one little market that made $1,000 a weekend. So it was completely stupid to buy these beans if you had no market. So when he said, I'm becoming a coffee beans dealer on the open market and making money by buying the beans and then flipping them and selling them, it made sense to be spending money on beans. Because that would have been a legitimate market source. So, yeah, the little prepaid Visa cards that you guys found, that's how he paid for the shipments to go through. He would send them, he used LAX, he used Buffalo, he used Atlanta, and he would send the, he'd have a guy in a car driving with the shipment, essentially, or meeting the shipment there when it arrived to sign for it, and then he would send the faxes and ship the BOLs to the different location.
The BOLs.
Bills of lading.
Is that what it is?
Okay. Maybe.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Sounds right. That isn't anything I can think of. And then he would use the prepaid cards to pay for it, so it was untraceable. Which is why he needed the multiple devices, because he didn't want to keep the same phone number for any period of time.
What did he do with the phone when he was done with it?
I don't know.
Was there anybody else that you
Know of from that bit brain? No.
was Dina
The only
involved
reason-
in that?
Not that I know of.
Ruben.
Not that I know of. The only way I found out about that is there was a storage unit in New York with about $1 million worth of cocaine, that is what I was told. And the guy that he had been working with, he said, went to jail, and that his cousins were trying to break in, and that he needed to go there and make sure that the unit was clean, and that he was going to take a portion of the cocaine equivalent to what the money he was owed, put that in a separate unit, and then get the money shipped to him when they finished selling that, and then in exchange he would have released the rest of the unit. Now, why do I know all that? Because before knowing that, I offered to go to New York for him. He said he needed to grab some stuff from the storage unit. Okay, fine, send me up there and I'll do it. And then he tells me about the cocaine, and I'm like, no fucking way. Not interested. No thank you. So we never went on that New York trip.
What about the prior New York trip? Wasn't it Buffalo you went
Correct.
to with the,
Correct.
was that a,
Not to my knowledge. I legitimately just drove him up there, flew up and drove him back. I don't know anything else.
do you know if Cassandra knew about this, drug business?
It's possible. She was with him for the rest of that trip. When I wasn't there, maybe he set up a unit. But I don't know.
Do you have any more storage sheds in other cities in your name that you're aware of?
No.
Okay.
Unless you guys found a ton of cocaine here, I think that one's clean too.
Yeah, we didn't find no cocaine. We would have told you that.
We actually like to.
When you opened that bank account, when did you give him the card?
Immediately. As soon as it came in the mail.
So they didn't give you the card right then?
Right. They gave me a temporary card. I gave that to him.
So you could make ATM withdrawals or deposits with that temporary card?
Correct. Yeah, I didn't get the card until later.
Was he with you at the bank when you opened the account?
No.
So any of the ATM deposits, who made those?
It could go either way. And I messed up last time. I didn't disclose that he didn't give me the cash immediately when he opened the account. He gave me the cash after he decided to take it out of Dina's place because he had stored it at Dina's previously. She didn't know about it. She didn't know where it was. He had all the keys to it. But he opened the account long before he gave me the cash to put into the account. Sorry, it was a bit frantic last time.
I wish you would have had this frank discussion that day. A lot of things, some things may have changed. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Did you ever know of him and Cassandra to have any physical altercations? Had they?
She never had any bruises. You asked me that last time. No bruises, no
Well, you weren't
cuts.
exactly.
Wasn't it?
Last time. Yeah. Well,
It's because he's here, right?
Honesty, man. Well, I told you.
well, I mean, like, did he talk about, man, she hit me, or, or I hit her, or
Never.
slapped her around, or whatever? Okay, so you don't know anything about any prior abuse or anything like that going on?
No.
Do you know any of his prior girlfriends or current girls he was seeing while seeing her?
I told you of the two from the trip.
Right.
No, that's it.
You didn't tell me their names, but
Don't know
do you
their
know?
names.
Okay. All right. All right. We're gonna go and speak to our sergeant real quick. You did have like 5 glasses of water, so if you need to use the bathroom, you know where it is.
Can I smoke?
Well, we had to get
You
more
swear
specific.
that you told us the truth.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You have the lighter?
Yeah, hang tight.
Okay.
Let me grab a lighter. I'll come back and get your pen.
Oh.
Give me more. Are you feeling better? Got your nicotine?
I always feel better after
Tell me what you told me.
All right, wait a minute. You just told me something about the cell phone.
I know where her phone is.
What is it?
It's in a sidewalk grate on close to the Planet Fitness on Davis.
Where's
There's
the
an
Planet
abortion center right over there. It's behind. It's close to that.
Kind of behind Hobby Lobby back that way?
Correct.
All right. And how do you know it's there?
I drove him while he put it there.
Did you drive him or did you put it there?
I drove him.
You drove him and he put it there. When was that?
Same night, February 1st.
What time was that?
I went to bed around 6.
Mhm.
I only got an hour and a half, 2 hours of sleep as soon as I woke up,
So 6, 7, 8?
right around 8.
So about 8? He woke you up or you woke up?
I woke up.
And what did he say?
We need to get rid of these phones.
Okay. And you said what?
So it's a bit early.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really remember the dialogue there.
Mm-hmm.
There was 2 things. It was a phone and it was an iPod.
Okay. And those belong to who? Cassandra? Did he smash them or anything?
Yes,
He smashed them up
completely.
and then hit them in the drainage thing?
They're in different drains.
They're in different drains?
I don't know where the iPod is. I don't remember. General vicinity, maybe, but I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But you'll be able to, like, if you go with Mr. Savage, you can show him, like, he's in this general vicinity, or he got out, walked up to here, or whatever.
It would take some driving. It was somewhere under the bridge type area. One of those streets that, there's like the 9th Avenue, and then there's like a whole bunch of side roads and the street, and then the big bridge. It was on one of those roads, and I don't remember which one.
Have you been back over there since?
No.
How did he know where to go?
We were just driving.
Or just driving and trying to figure out a place?
He wanted to get rid of them.
And it was daylight?
Yes,
Whose car were y'all in?
my car.
In your car?
3 series.
And so, alright, y'all got rid of them near the Planet Fitness.
Mhm.
And then where did you go?
Straight back to Strong Street.
Back to his house? Did you go back inside?
No, I didn't. By that time, it was like, I have to get to work.
Right. Why didn't you tell me about that a while ago?
Because I wanted you to know about the multiple devices and the cocaine first.
Is there any of his devices hidden over there? Is there anything else hidden other than her 2 phones?
Not that I know of.
You know? Okay. Her car, we're just gonna call it the black car because there's no name to cars. It's the black car. Yours is the bluish looking car. His is the truck. Okay. The black car, we did do you know what luminol is? We didn't use luminol, but luminol is the most popular chemical. And it's the reason I use luminol, because I thought you might know what luminol is. But the chemical we use is called Blue Star. And it reacts to blood, bodily fluids. So we sprayed her car, and the back of her car reacted to the Blue Star. Do you know if her body was ever in the back of her car?
Not to my knowledge.
What about the headboard of her car? It's all tore out.
It was like that when they bought it.
It was like that when they bought it. Okay.
But it was purchased, August. So I don't know if it was, it could have been previous owners or something like that.
Okay.
I don't know of any bloody episodes in the back of that car.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's a couple things it reacts to. Blood is one of them. Like after it's been cleaned up, kind of thing. It's basically a chemical reaction. Let's see. There's a few other things. I made some notes on my phone that I wanted to ask you.
Did he ever threaten you to help him?
Threatened me to help him?
Yeah, with the body stuff.
He wasn't making direct threats.
Well, so that would insinuate he maybe threatened you then somehow.
What I think the threat is, now you've got enough information that you're going to get in trouble too. So I think once you establish kind of that, you don't have to directly say anything. It goes against his technique of...
How did he establish
Okay.
that? Did he say that?
Not really, but I think when, I don't know, if you had a 22-year-old kid who's looking at all the pieces and wondering,
All right.
you know?
This isn't gonna look good for me. I can see where he could insinuate that.
I don't think it's difficult.
The baby, did he seem really possessive of the baby?
Towards some people, but every time I went over, she would smile at me and then do like this,
Right,
and he'd instantly hand her over.
right.
But people passing by on the street, he didn't want anybody petting her, touching her,
Right,
saying hi to her.
right.
So-
Okay. Yeah.
But when I was around, he was
Mhm.
let her do her thing, kind of. Here, take her. I'm gonna make a phone call.
Yeah. Well, he kind of seemed that way with us too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which way? Take her.
Take her. Yeah. Yeah.
Drug use. Did Henry use drugs?
Not to my knowledge.
Did
He always was very. I will never do drugs. I've never done drugs. I'm not doing any drugs.
About Cassandra, did you ever see her use drugs?
I mentioned that I smelled marijuana in her room, but I've never
Never seen her.
seen her do drugs.
Um,
Saw her cigarettes once, but
Right.
not smoking. Just
right. You just saw. Right.
saw her
And
cigarettes.
and you know cigarettes are not a drug because she smokes cigarettes, right?
Yes.
the breast milk that was in the refrigerator.
Mhm.
Did you find that odd? Did you find that odd that he was toting around this breast milk of a dead woman?
I don't know what to think of that. Because, I mean, he was big on the breast milk as being the best food for an infant. But when you say it like that, it does seem a bit odd.
What did he say about breast milk and for infants and things like that? Like how long should they be on breast milk?
I think I told you last time he wanted her to be breastfed until 5 or 4 or something like that.
Kind of weird. Okay. Yeah. Well, to each his own. I don't judge. The guns. Tell me again when you got these guns. Honestly, let's say honestly. Because I have to preface it with that.
That's an easy question. I would have told you the truth no matter what. The same time I got the cash. He also gave me a Canadian passport that he had.
Where's that at?
He took that back. So
All at the same time?
on Saturday he took the cash that was in the bucket with the cash.
How much cash did you say was left?
About 2,000, I think. Upon counting it, I think it was more like 30 something.
30.
Say 35 maybe.
100.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's different levels of stacks that were in there. There's like 20s and smaller stacks, 20s and bigger stacks.
Sure.
I misjudged the stacks.
And you got that in August, you said?
I didn't get that in August. The bank account was opened, well, according to this,
August the 5th.
September the 5th.
Yeah, September 5th. Sorry.
September 5th, according to this.
Okay,
But,
so it was September 5th?
Sorry.
Okay, we got a job to do.
Could have waited one more day. Yesterday was my little sister's birthday. I mean,
We didn't know.
it's okay.
I'm going to be honest with you. Your attorney set that up.
Really?
So,
Yeah. So September 5th is when you got the guns, the cash, and the passport.
No.
Okay.
September 5th is when the account was opened. I opened it with $100,
Okay.
as is in the report. That's right.
Okay.
And I opened that in person.
All right.
I gave him the temporary card, and I think he immediately made the next deposit,
Okay.
looking at the statements here.
All right.
So he made the next deposit, however much it was, maybe 5,000, I think.
1,000.
I've got the
It's
statement
about
here.
$4,000, I think.
Who knew that I would be looking at this?
So it was like the next day. Did he say what time he went and made this? I know it doesn't say it in there.
15, 14, 5, and 5.
3,000. 4. I don't know.
5,000. 49.50. So he made all those deposits immediately after.
The one in Los Angeles, were you with him when he went out to Los Angeles?
No. No, actually, I know nothing about the Los Angeles deposit.
Okay, can I bring you back to my conversation
Yeah.
now real quick? Okay, so tell me about
When I got the guns?
Yes.
It'd be really helpful if I had my phone. I could look back at the text and figure it out.
Does it say something in the text about?
It might say something that's encoded in some sort of weird dialect.
Did y'all talk in code?
Not a designed code. It was
Okay.
just his natural manner of speaking is slightly not straightforward.
Yeah, I know that. But
That was the most
I'm thinking
unstraightforward way of saying that.
that yours isn't either because I've asked you like
I'm
5
trying
times
to
about this
remember.
guns.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'll figure this out. Transfer this goggles. Others to account. Okay, January based on this, I'm going to say sometime between the 15th and the 22nd.
Of January?
Yeah. Because these were, he purchased a bunch of drones.
Tell me about the drones.
He
What were
wanted,
they for?
they were for the hot air balloon. He wanted to fly them up in the hot air balloon. He wanted me to fly the drone around the balloon and capture footage of the balloon. Because it was cheaper than hiring a helicopter. Why he needed 4 of them, I don't know. And I have one of those. Yeah, this would have been paying me back for a credit card purchase, which would have been the goggles, I think. And he bought the drones around the same time as he gave me the cash. So somewhere in January.
So what about the passport?
Passport? Passport was before that. Am I having that? Do I have that right? Because before I had the lump sum of cash, he would give me a specific amount of cash to deposit. I don't see a lot of deposit activity here. November. I think you gave me the passports and the guns. This is when I got the cash. I got the cash after I got the passport and the guns. The passport and the guns came within this time frame of him getting arrested for his federal case. And I don't think he gave them to me before, because I think that was one of the first things he did when he got out. So let's say December 19th, roughly, in that area. Before Christmas.
Okay, so December 19th, before Christmas.
Yeah. One of those days.
You got the guns and the passport.
Correct.
But the money came between the 15th and the 22nd?
Of January.
Okay. And these guns were just in a paper bag?
Paper bag.
What kind of guns they were? Can you describe them?
To be honest, I saw them one time, and I left them in the paper bag, and I didn't touch them. But they were 2 pistols.
Were they like my
Smaller, small pistols.
or like a old Western pistol? You know.
Like a cowboy gun?
I think one of them was like that, but it wasn't quite like what it wasn't a prototypical cowboy gun.
Okay.
And the other one,
Semi-automatic.
I don't remember. I've never shot a gun. I've never held a gun. Don't know anything about guns. And I really didn't want to look at them because I really hate guns.
Alright. So, I know we talked about this just a while ago, or a little while ago before we went to smoke. After you found out that he had killed Cassandra, and you were still at the house, and you stayed the whole night, why didn't you leave? Why didn't you leave? Say, you know, I mean, I'm just picturing. I put myself in your shoes. I'd been like, well, you know what? I gotta go. My mom's calling. I would have made up some kind of something.
He was in such a nervous, frantic state, and a lot of our conversations that occurred, you can't really get out of him. You're in the conversation, he's talking. You've got such a directed focus of that conversation that you feel like you just can't leave it. I don't care if you're just exploring your thoughts right now on how you feel and how your guilt that you're going to carry and how you're going to take care of your kid now. It wasn't a conversation I could just walk out of. It was like, if I left, that conversation in his head might have changed the narrative. It would have been like, well, he's going to the cops now. Well, he's, you know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I didn't feel like I could leave.
Gotcha. Were you ever scared for your family or for yourself?
On some level, because of the whole I might hire a hit squad thing too. There's a text, I don't know, you guys probably saw it. He's wanting to sample beans from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Shows up at my house, I'm at your door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If I miss this bean shipment, I will literally kill you myself. Something like that. Not kidding after that.
Mm-hmm.
Something like
I
that.
did see that.
Yeah. And so, I mean,
That kind of freak you out?
I think on some level it was like, dude, I've driven you around for this much time. All the other bullshit you've got me entangled in. And you have the audacity to, like, who the fuck are you? Kind of thing.
Right.
Excuse my language.
Let me ask you this. When he came to your house on that Saturday, early morning, and he wanted the guns back and the money. Did you want the passport? Did you still have that?
I still had that. It was in the same Pelican case.
Okay. You left for work and he stayed there?
He stayed there.
Was you worried for your mom?
Yeah, there's a conversation that I had with my dad. I thought he was going to leave, so I wasn't concerned. Like, okay, I'm leaving. He'll get the hint. He'll go too. My dad calls me at work at like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and he's like, "Hey, just want to let you know, Steiger's still at the house." And I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Go over there and get him the fuck out of there. I don't want him there. I don't want.
Right.
Like, he doesn't need to be there. He doesn't need to be around them. There's no reason for him to be there. Get him the fuck out of there."
Right.
So my dad goes over there, doesn't get him out. And thank you guys for showing up that night.
You weren't so happy then with us.
No, I actually wasn't mad. I really wasn't mad. I was just,
Your mom was happy because your mom told me that she went out and said, "Hey, the cops just showed up at Julian's work."
yeah, I told her to say that. I was like,
he's
tell
like-
me the cops just showed up here,
Yeah.
and that they're probably on the way there. Get him
Yeah.
out of the house.
And she said that he packed up and hauled ass.
Julie, I really wish you and I would have had a better relationship during this whole thing. I really do.
Is there anything else that you have not told me that I have not asked, or I did ask that you weren't honest, that I need to know?
I told you about the gift cards being used for the money movement. Yeah.
Or for the drug stuff?
For the drugs.
Right.
He wanted to use the red account. Actually, I had told him to use the red account because I thought it was just the coffee.
Right.
But he never ended up using the red account.
Good.
Nothing's popping out.
You didn't know him to have any other IDs or?
I had known him to go by a few different aliases.
Well, we knew one, Robert Woods.
One of the ones.
H.M. Steiger.
Yeah.
What else did he go by? His sister called him Matthew. In the FBI report, it was Henry Matthew Steiger in one of the documents that I read. That's all I.
Do you ever talk? I know you talked about this, and I'm going totally off the subject. He about his mom. He hated his mom. Was he abused by his mom, or was she just treated him bad?
He said it was and he talked about it frequently, it was a particular type of torment that he was subjected to, wherein he always felt that he was guilty for things, and he always felt that he was the one that had to fix things and make things better, and that his mother was bipolar, that she and his father had a terrible relationship, that his mother had really fucked up him and his sisters, and that she was the cause of a lot of issues in their life.
Is she still alive?
No, not that I know of.
What about Dad?
Actually, Mom's still alive. Dad's not.
Yeah,
It's the other way
he
around.
told me his dad had died. Does he still have a relationship with her?
Not that I know of.
Does he have any other kids?
Not that I know of. There was, I think he traveled to Spain once to have be a sperm donor type thing with some woman that he had met, but I don't know any substantial details about that.
That sounds like one of his
Don't lie.
fucking bullshit he's come up with. My God. And he, Anyway. Alright, so we talked about the cards and all these different names. Anything else that you could think of?
He's got multiple cars in multiple cities.
Tell me about that.
I don't know the details of that, and I've never seen the cars, but he's always bragged about how he has tons of cars, more cars than he can count. Jaguar, Rolls Royce. I've seen his Auburn. It's a nice car.
Where's it at?
It's in the shop.
Where's shop, do you know?
Don't know where the shop is. I know he recently sent a lot of money to the person fixing that. Allegedly.
I would like to know where it is, if you know where it is.
I have no idea.
We know what Auburn is.
You could probably find the information on his phone, though. It's
It's like a Great Gatsby car.
a beautiful car.
Brian Leggett. You know him? Old guy?
Yes. Bryant Leggett.
Bryant,
Right?
my bad.
Yes.
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 How does he know him?
That's the guy he rented the Jefferson from. I didn't know last time, and then I looked into it.
Okay. I won't fault you for that one thing that you storied about, okay? Do you know any other relationship between them two?
No. Why?
I don't know, because I saw that name.
That's the guy that he rented Jefferson Street from. He got an 89-year-old former mayor of Pensacola. That's what I've been told.
Okay.
Did your dad ever ask why you didn't want Steiger at your house that day?
I think he just assumed it had to do with the whole fact that I had just been brought into the police department.
Did your dad ask you about what that was about?
Yeah, he kind of got more of the money laundering story, though.
Did you tell anybody about the homicide?
No, not in. What do you mean by that?
Did you tell anybody you knew what happened to Cassandra?
No.
Tell your mom, did you open up to your mom about it? Because I would. I'm a mama's boy. I would definitely open up to my mom. And I'm just, look at me. I'm being 100% honest with you. I would open up to my mom about that. Because I got to talk to somebody about that shit.
It's back in the gray area of the things I don't want to talk about, though.
I understand.
There's some things, okay, you cannot, I'm just going to just give you a life lesson, okay? Just because I feel like I can tell you this. The way that you deal with problems is not by not thinking about them. That is, you're going to be a successful young man. And the quicker you figure that out, the better off you're going to be. Because not dealing with things at hand, they're not going to go away. You know, me and old Chad here, we're not going away. you know, Steiger,
He's gonna go away.
well, he's going to go away, but he wishes me and Chad would go away. He thinks he's very much smarter than me and Chad. And he's very much not.
Well, he thinks he's very much smarter than everyone.
Everyone, yes. And you know what? And that's going to be his downfall.
To answer your question, I told my mom some things, but not everything.
What'd you tell her? Just out of curiosity.
That I think he killed her, and she met him that day that he came over trying to get the samples. It was for really the first time she talked to him.
Yeah,
She talked to him
told me
about the
about
coffee thing and how she was interested in stepping in and she wanted to.
Help. Mm-hmm.
And I was like, do not fucking get involved. And like I kept telling her, and she's like, oh, you know, it's I like the. I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. He can put up a great front, make a great sales pitch, but spend as much time with him as I spend with him, and don't even think about it. Don't think about it.
Did you convince her to stay away from him?
Well, I think after that time she came here
I think so.
to the house, she was about over him.
It's just from right field. Did they ever say how he got involved in this cocaine shit? Because that's crazy.
No, he never said how he got involved.
That's crazy.
But I'm assuming he'd been doing it for a while because, I mean, those cards, I've seen those since I've known him.
Which cars?
The cards, the prepaids,
prepaid,
which is how he funds the shipping.
How does he keep up with it?
What do you mean?
Keep up with what's going where and things like that.
Well, there's a whole network of other people I'm assuming that he works with that I don't know about. And then one of the guys would follow the shipment, be there when it's ready to be signed for it, and drive to the next location. So I'm assuming that guy would tell him where to ship it, and then he would ship it. Those, I'm assuming you saw him at his house, because this is what they were there when he explained it to me. They're like big rolling suitcases, the ones I described about picking up. So the cocaine would be sent in one unit, and then there would be another unit going the opposite way in cash after the cocaine arrived. And so that's how they orchestrated that, and then his cut of the cash would be sent back here. So that's essentially what I'm guessing we picked up.
Is the cash?
Is the cash, not the cocaine inside of those. I don't think he ever touched the cocaine.
He just orchestrated the
movement.
Very interesting.
Did he say how much he was making off of the cocaine deals?
He did, but I don't know what the correct analysis of that would be, because he said that it ranged from $20,000 to $40,000 per month, and that he had negotiated where he only got paid in $100,000 lump sums.
So that $100,000 we had probably came from the cocaine sales.
Probably. Actually, that's not a probably. That's a yes.
Did he tell you that's where it came from?
Yes.
When did he tell you that?
When he was describing the movement, end of May.
He was none too happy we took that money.
No.
I can imagine.
Well, you know, because he came to your house and made us hell about it.
Yeah.
What did he say when he told when you know got into the money thing that we took? What did he say?
It was kind of a rushed conversation. He was just saying that it's bullshit, that whatever the department finds they get to keep and refinance their new police vehicles or whatever they want, new uniforms.
That would be nice.
And that it's completely unsubstantiated, has nothing to do with homicide, and nothing to do with missing persons. Ridiculous.
All he cares
That's
about
all the money he has.
Yeah, that's all he cares about is money. That's so
Unfortunately, that's not all the money he had. He was lying. Because
Yeah.
when we arrested him on his VIP warrant, he had $1,500 more on him.
Probably the money you gave him.
Probably.
And did some money on gift cards.
Right.
So, yeah, it probably was. And he had an old raggedy ass flip phone that he went and bought.
Yeah.
And that cute baby.
Yeah.
Man,
I really like that kid.
Yeah.
I told my wife I wanted to adopt that
Yeah.
child if I could.
We all want that baby.
I want that baby.
Yeah. She's precious. She really is. She's much too good for him.
Sweetest thing ever.
His sisters, like I know he's got one in New York. You think she's involved in any of this money stuff? Cocaine stuff?
He's never really mentioned his sister except to say that she was doing some logos and graphics for him for the coffee, but that she was super busy and had 7 division heads at Johnson & Johnson.
Have any of his family tried to contact you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Was you gonna tell me about that?
Well, I think my mom and his sister came up, right? No?
Came up
Maybe
with
that was after. His sister came to the house with the baby?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes. I
I'm
do know
assuming
that.
she
I'm
would have
sorry.
told you that.
Yeah, she did tell me that.
Yeah.
Have they tried to contact you since?
On the, right after I flew out to California, the 17th, I got emails, which I didn't see till the 21st, but they were trying to get into the storage unit that I have here.
How did they get your email?
I don't know.
Have they been back to your house?
Not that I know of. I just got back day before yesterday, Tuesday.
Who's the emails from? I might need you to give me that.
Do you mind if I see my old phone? They're on there. I don't have I can't log into it from a new device.
Well, how'd you get the emails?
It's on my iPad,
Okay.
but I don't have my iPad.
Well, you can provide it to me later, if you don't mind. I'm just curious.
You want my iPad too?
No.
Well, you
No.
taking nothing else from me.
Their email address. Like, why are they?
Oh, I don't remember the email address.
Did you delete it or something?
No, I saved the emails.
Yeah.
I can't access it. So my Gmail account needs security verification that only goes through an email that I don't have access to, some email that I made when I was like 13 and don't remember, and my phone number, my old phone number. So I can't verify the credentials that it's me to log into my email account.
So they have sent you emails.
Right.
But you haven't been able to read them.
I was able to read them on the device that had already opened it before. But what I'm saying is I couldn't pull up a laptop and log in.
I know what he's saying. He can't do it right now because you don't have the way to verify the code.
But basically they were just asking to get into the security email.
I got you. Okay.
What'd you tell him?
I didn't respond.
Do you have a key?
No.
So they can't get it anyways.
Right. I think you guys are the only ones with keys.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I'm not sure about how to handle that situation. Are you still paying it?
Yeah. It's due in a few days.
I'll think about that. Try to figure that out and what to do with that.
What about the cars and the insurance and the bank account?
You said you already closed the bank account, right?
I closed the card access, so that card was turned off. So he couldn't withdraw or make any purchases. But there's still a balance in there that I didn't want to touch, so I left the account open.
$5 or whatever it is.
14 something, yeah. 23 maybe?
My suggestion would just
I would just
that
leave
be,
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
touching it.
the vehicles, you ain't got to worry about them having a wreck because they're here.
Good.
You can probably drop insurance on them.
Yeah.
And tell the insurance company you can't get the tags right now because the police department has them. That would be my suggestion. You might want to talk to your attorney or something. They can give you some legal advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that either, but I hate for you to have to keep paying the insurance on it.
Did you have to pay car payments too, or?
No, both of them paid off.
All right.
Did you pay cash for those?
The truck he had previously, and then the X3 paid cash for, yeah.
Whose name was the truck in before yours?
I don't remember her name.
Some other poor soul?
Yeah. Girl I met a couple times. I helped her move. Nice girl. I don't remember her name.
I think I may have saw an exchange. Where did she move from? Louisiana?
No.
Okay.
No, she moved from here to Destin.
Maybe I did see that exchange too. I think I did see that exchange. He's talked to a lot of people.
Did he say how long he was in the cocaine business for?
No.
Must have been doing good at it.
That guy. Do you have anything?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna talk to your mom a minute.
Raise your right hand again.
Oh,
Sure
yeah.
everything you told us is true.
We'll keep swearing until every time we talk to you, in case we think of something else. If you need to go to the bathroom, it's right there. Go holler at your mom. Who's that fella that's with y'all?
Mr. Montez.
How do you know him?
He's friends with my mom.
Okay.
Good guy.
Yeah, I just don't like to talk about people, talk about people's business in front of
Just a second, maybe I'll move you up front. Just hold on.
Yeah, just hang right here.
Do you want these?
Yeah.
You want more water for your pasta? You sure?
Yeah, he's probably flirting. All right, be right back with you. We're gonna need to go and get the iPad. Okay, we're trying to get our
Ducks in a row.
ducks in a row. He's gonna have you go with him, show him where the phones are best you can.
I can get the phone. I'm not confident I'll be able to remember where the iPod is. Okay.
We'll just do our best. I'm gonna talk to your mom, and then at some point we'll meet back up. You're going home. You're not.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to her about these guns. Oh yeah, you are. But I need the iPad.
His iPad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And
Any chance I can get my iPhone back at any point in this, or?
that's all like evidence.
Gotcha.
Your best bet is
Stop paying.
you'll get you another phone.
Get you
another.
Stop paying.
Yeah. I mean, because it's off. It's not.
Right.
It's on airplane mode. It's that's what that is. So anyway, we're gonna go up talk to your mom.
Any chance I can get the pictures off of it at some point?
What about your iCloud?
It's not on.
Oh shit.
We're gonna need this.
There's some pictures there to worry about. Okay, we can worry about this. We'll work that like that. Okay. Anytime there, non-sworn, come on. Old MySpace, I think they got like. You know, it's funny, I think my wallpaper on MySpace was Chief Wiggum from Simpsons. I'm almost positive they probably still with me. I'm gonna look and see if I can find it.
Go, boy. You just leaving that open? Okay.
Joe.
Oh.
Lisa.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Thanks. You just have to sit here. Oh, let me go get my notebook. I'm sorry. Won't be a second. Okay.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
You remember Chad?
Hi.
Okay.
I'm dressed a little bit different today. How are you?
I like it. Nice look.
I had to work today. Park even here.
So we talked to and the reason I want to talk to you about is the guns. He told us that he gave you the guns. I want to get my hands on the guns and get them off the street or where they're at and get them in our control. For a couple different reasons. You know, I don't know if these guns haven't killed somebody else. You know, we need the guns. And he told me that he gave them to you. First he told me that he threw them off in the water somewhere. And he said he gave them to you. So where are they?
Well, I've never held a gun before, and they were in a paper bag. I didn't open the paper bag. I didn't want to look at them. And I didn't know what to do with them because I didn't want Steiger to get them back. And I mean, who do you give guns to? I don't know.
Right.
So I'm just driving my car and I'm like, holy shit, this is weird. And so I drove. I thought, well, 4th of July is coming. Let me just go get some firecrackers, fireworks, whatever you call it. So I drove across the Alabama line, where Beulah and going down 9 Mile. So there's a bridge there, and I thought, well, while I'm here, I want them out of my car because I don't know where to, if I get stopped and these things are in my car, I don't know what to say. And so I got the fireworks, and coming back, there was no traffic on either side. There's a little, what do you call those little lanes where you can pull over on the bridge. So I just stopped on the bridge. I got out of my car. So they're in that water.
Was it nighttime or daytime?
It was daytime.
Daytime. Is that right at the is the Alabama-Florida line? There's a river there, and that is the Alabama-Florida line. Is that where it was at? It's
I could drive there.
I think there's a wider section, and I think there's a smaller section. I think that the line is the larger section. Do you think it was the wider section or the more narrow section?
Are you talking about in the water?
Yeah. Let me pull up. Let me see if I can pull up the map there. See if we can kind of figure it out.
Yeah, because when he came to the house that Saturday, I guess it had to have been a Saturday.
Yeah, it was. Because,
It's Friday night when we executed the search warrant.
yeah, because.
Right. It was the day after he got his money.
Yeah.
And he was freaking. And he was at my house, and he told me it was 5:30 in the morning. I didn't know he was there until 7. My dogs were barking. But at one point while he was there, he wanted them. And I just shook my head, and I was like, they're gone.
They're gone.
They're gone.
Yes.
And he just, well, can you go get them? I'm like, no, cannot.
Did he say why he wanted them?
I didn't ask, and he didn't offer. He sort of was talking in code with me because he didn't know what I knew, and I guess Julian told him that he gave those to me, which I'm glad he did, because he was freaking out, not knowing what to do either.
Sure.
And so better me than Julian, to have ditched them.
Right.
But I wish we had known what to do.
Yeah, I understand. All right, let's see.
I'm thinking this guy should sort of go away.
Yeah. Okay. So this is can you see? Okay. This is 990, which is 9 Mile. So this is Beulah. I'm trying to get somewhere where you can. Okay, Interstate 10. So, like you'd be going towards Alabama on 90. And here's the river right here. And I think I thought there was 2 bridges, but there's not. There's just
I
one.
was thinking there was 2 also, but if there's just one, then
Yeah.
that's the one.
Yeah, I think the other one. There's the other one right there. Yeah, I knew there was something else.
And how far?
This one is. Here's the river right here. This is in, like you're going from Florida into Alabama. And
I think it was in Alabama.
yeah, this is more of a creek. It's still on Mobile Highway. It's not
No,
like a
this-
big river.
Yeah, that wasn't the one.
Yeah, this is a good big open. So you can see kind of the highway there.
Right, so wherever the bridge goes across, I was more toward that side.
Out middle ways and through it
Going
over.
toward Pensacola.
Okay, so you were towards Pensacola. Pensacola's going to be this way.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going toward
This way.
Pensacola, so
Okay.
I would have been on this side.
This side. Okay.
And so I would have been closer here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Not quite in the middle, but,
Sure. Okay.
And, it was, I guess there was more than one, maybe two. It was heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have a lot of muscle, like it didn't go very far.
Right.
I wanted it to go further.
Right.
But it didn't.
Right.
It kind of just went
Okay.
more straight down.
Okay. And they were in a paper bag, and you didn't look.
I'm trying to get out from behind you. So I can be behind you.
I'm just kidding you. So it was. Did you look at it?
No.
So you didn't. So you knew there was two guns in it.
Well, I could feel the weight, and it felt like two.
Okay.
So, but I didn't look.
All right. So we don't know if there was anything else in it.
I didn't.
Okay. It's all right.
I didn't want to know.
Sure.
Just wanted to.
Right. Right. Oh, I know you want that guy to go away.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
And, well, I've done events in the past, so I've been in ministry, and I have a 501c3, and it's called the Father Signature. So it's really about raising awareness for fatherless kids and the statistics and what happens, and here we are.
Mhm.
So, well, in the process of doing that, I did events, and Brad Dennis was one of the people that I
No
raised money for, and brought awareness for human trafficking and all that. So, well, before I did the event with Brad, or for him, I went through the training because I wanted to know how to talk about it and what he did, like for real, not just listening to him. So, my point is, when I went through that training, the profile of predators. Now, I didn't know Steiger at that time, but that was the end of 2015. But looking back at that and knowing now this pattern as it's unfolded, I'm like, oh my God. He groomed Julian, got him to trusting, pretended to be this father image figure, mentor person, and all the things that he did fit that profile of a predator. And I started, asking a lot of questions about, what about this and what about that, and what about this baby, that he's got, and then I started, really scratching my head about the sisters, and I was like, who are they really, and like that was all weird to me, and I'm thinking, well, who is this person? It really became, like, as of last week, I'm just thinking, oh my God, I think we've really been lied to. Like, he's probably not even who he says he is at this point.
Yeah, he's he has 230,000 text messages on his phone. So we were able to get his phone and download it, just like we did Julian's. And every time I look at this, it's just thousands of text messages. Every time I look at it, there's something different that I haven't seen. I'm like, who are these people? Who are these people? His text messages go back to, I'm going to say 2009. It's just crazy how he saved all that. But anyway, he's a bad guy, and I hate that Julian has been part of this. But
Well, it's weighed on him so heavy. I've never seen him, just break down, and because he's a smart guy, he works hard, he studies, he's caring, he's so good with his siblings, he's he's got all the right ingredients. And then this happens, and it seemed to be fine at the beginning. Like I said, now looking back, I can see now the pattern, where he was grooming him. I supported the relationship. Julian, that's great, I'm so happy, he's not like your dad, and that he's got something to show for what he's done, like he's actually doing things with his life. He's building businesses.
right,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
He's definitely not what appears to be.
No.
He thinks he's very smart. He's really not that smart. You know. I think he did prey on Julian.
Yeah. Well, he's sick in the head. Like, he's definitely. One of his sisters, Erin, that came over. I guess it was the morning after you guys picked him up.
Mm-hmm.
She came over with the baby, and she told me that Steiger had signed. She and Steiger, I don't know, put me as a legal, temporary legal guardian, and I said, well, could I see the papers? You know, she never would show me the papers. I don't know what it says. I don't know what they did.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God. I said, I would take that child, you know, for sure, away from all of that and devote my life to whatever she needed. But,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
is there another way to
Yeah.
talk about this?
Crazy. Yeah.
Like, I don't.
Yeah. Well, she's not with them anymore. She is with Cassandra family.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Is that good?
In my eyes, it is.
Okay.
You know, they may be, Steiger family may be more financially able to take care of that baby, but I
don't think so.
I think they're all legal people, and I want that child to grow up in that, because he's still going to be, he's trying to control them from jail,
Right.
you know.
Right.
So, anyway.
Well, I worried about that because I thought, well, Erin, who had her when she came over, was saying that she couldn't even afford to pay her rent. So she was going to, you know, get aid and whatever. And I'm just looking at her and I'm thinking, this doesn't sound right. And she really didn't seem to have any maternal instincts. You know, like she was very awkward with the baby. And then I'm thinking, is this even Steiger's sister?
Yeah.
Like, I was questioning all of it. It was bizarre. And, you know, she had some box in the back of his truck that he asked her to ship somewhere, and she said, do you know what this is? And I walked out to the truck and looked at it, and I'm like, well, no, it's a black box, a plastic container of some sort, you know. And I said, what did he tell you to do with it? I said, I think you should get rid of it. I don't know what it is, you know. Why would you want it? Why would you ship it somewhere you don't even know?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, her other sister in New York, Steiger was telling her to get the address from that sister because she knows the shipper. And I'm thinking, they're all in it.
Yeah.
They've got to be.
Yeah. That's what I think.
In the storage unit in New York, and the sisters in New York, and they're all like,
yeah,
going, no.
Crazy. Yeah.
And I was like, oh, please protect that baby.
Yeah. Well.
So I'm glad that she's okay, because I was really worried about her. The last time I saw her, she was trying to, you know, like just climb out of his window in the truck as he was driving off, and she was crying, these big tears, and she was going like this, and I'm just standing there going, you know, like, oh, that poor baby.
Yeah.
So.
It's a sad.
So when you left your house frantically,
We thought that we were coming.
Police are coming. I just don't know. I think the police are on their way. They're coming.
Yeah. That's good.
did Julian thank us for coming to his work that night earlier?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, at the
talking
time
about
he
it.
didn't think it was a good thing, but now I think maybe he does. He knows that we're not bad. We're not bad.
Well, you know, I think his thing was, and because he told me that he was afraid because Steiger had threatened him, apparently, or talked about hitmen, or, you know, there was all these innuendos, and he could never figure out what was what, and he said that he's really so paranoid, and I don't trust him, and I don't trust who he knows around the country, that he wouldn't, you know, send a hitman for me, or to you, or, you know. And he was really afraid to,
Right.
you know. And so I don't know how to advise that.
Sure.
Well, there's got to be somebody that we can trust, and, you know, God, Montez.
Right. Well, I think that he advised you in a good way.
Right.
Nothing good is going to come of withholding things, you know.
Right.
And so.
Well, he knew that, and I knew that, but we didn't know. How do you, because his thing was he felt like he was being accused of things that he wasn't part of, or he didn't know, or he, you know, like, so he said, I feel like if I say anything, it's going to look like I'm part of it, because I was with him, you know, I know, I drove him around, sure. I'm like, oh my God.
We talked
Nightmare.
about that tonight, so.
Yeah. Yeah. We try to make him feel a little bit better, you know, and try to help him to understand that we're not the, you know, Chad and I are not the dope police, the money police, or any of that kind of police. You know, we are the missing persons homicide police, and that's been our goal from the beginning. You know, unfortunately, because Julian was not forthcoming, you know, we had to go on what we had, and you know, Steiger's going to be charged with what Julian was charged with too.
Actually, I have a signed warrant for Steiger.
Yes.
We're going to serve in the morning.
For
For the
the
same charges
that Julian was charged, yes.
for the money stuff.
Yeah, but along with the other charges that are going to be forthcoming.
is he admitting to any of
Um,
that?
As far as the homicide,
The mom?
he talks in circles, and I'm sure Julian told you that. He
We can't really say
Yeah.
exactly what he thought.
Okay, sorry,
No.
I shouldn't have.
No.
But I just, you know, I don't know. For Julian, you know,
right.
I just want him to be prepared for what's coming, because he was always worried that Steiger was going to use him.
Right.
Like, have I been set up
Right.
so that if he got caught, he could throw me under the bus?
And I'm sure that he may say that, but we never thought that for a second, you know. And I'll tell you, we took Julian's phone that day, and we got search warrants on his phone, which also we got search warrant for tower hits, which shows us where Julian was all the time. You know, your phones are always communicating with the towers.
Right.
So, you know, we know he came home that night. We know he went back. We know he stayed all night. You know, we know you communicating with him the next morning. You know, we know all that. We know that it's likely he was not involved. And we were hoping that he was going to be forthcoming about it. And we were hoping that he wasn't. He's not that kind of person. I didn't feel like he was from the beginning, you know. But and bless his heart, he could not lie. He's a horrible liar. And Chad told him that.
The very first night.
Chad said, Julian, you're a horrible liar. You know, because when he was being honest about stuff, you could tell. But when he wasn't being honest about stuff, he was shaking so bad his bones was rattling. You know, he was just like, Chad's like, son.
It had to be easy to catch you when he was a kid for lying.
Yeah, because even if he ever did
I
lie.
don't think he did.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
My kids are, I mean, you know, I don't know. This is all foreign to me, because my kids are so amazing. You know, they're
Yeah.
all just in their own way. His older sister's in law school, you know, all things. And
Well, he's still amazing. And
He
he's
is.
going to be fine. He's
Thank
going to be
you.
fine. He's done the right thing.
So right here.
and he's going to be safe. Like,
And Mr. Montez is, you know, I'm happy. I don't know who he is to y'all, but I'm glad he was there for y'all. You know, everything happens for a reason.
right. Yeah, he was just, you know, like, we're doing some business together, and he texted me, the night, well, I found out that day, I guess, that Julian was going to be arrested. And Montez texted me that night, because I thought about him, because I know that he's been through things, you know, and I thought about him. But I didn't want to call him, and he texted me about 11 or something at night. You up?
You just texted out of the blue.
Yes. And I was like, I've got to talk to him.
Yes.
And so that's
Yeah.
how that happened.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is
Everything
crazy.
happens for a reason.
I was telling Julian earlier, I was like, man, I wish he really does seem like a really nice kid. You know, I told her, I said, man, I wish we'd had a better relationship during this whole time frame.
Right.
You could have trusted us a lot sooner than we could have.
Right.
I'm not saying the arrest wouldn't have happened, but it may not have happened.
Right.
If we'd have done all this earlier.
Yeah,
It is
because
what
our
it is.
goal is not the money.
No.
Our goal was to find Cassandra.
Right.
And the way we found her was a godsend too. I mean, it was just everything aligned, just like it has aligned for you.
It's so
everything has
horrible.
happened for a reason, and it was horrible. But I wanted that for her family. You know, I really wanted at least the family to have a proper burial, and you know, for her, and I wanted that for her child. You know,
Right.
I wouldn't want this guy to get away with this, and to have Julian live with it for the rest of his life. No.
And for him to have access to the baby.
Yeah.
That was, for me, because like I said, you know, understanding the profile of a predator. And I heard sex trafficking come up somewhere,
Right.
you know, in the midst of all of this, and I'm thinking, oh my God,
Right.
what if, you know?
That crossed our mind
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, we
I
tossed
thought
around
about it.
everything.
Because why else would he hold her all the time? He never put clothes on her. Why couldn't she walk or talk? Why was she, you know, like he said, oh, she can't live without me. She sleeps with me. And I'm going,
Yeah.
oh, that's.
And it's something strange. We took his phone as well, and we found videos on his phone when Cassandra was still alive, and that baby was toddling around, like in the jumper. You know those things that go on the, you know, they jump up and down. That baby's jumping up and down, walking in a walker. I mean, and then when we were over there that day, she couldn't even stand up. Yeah.
She couldn't.
Her little legs were like, I'm like.
You know, we were there, 3 days before, 4 days, the Wednesday before he showed up at your house.
Yeah.
You know, one of our intel ladies, she was having to hold her by the fingers to get her just to try to walk, but she was trying.
Yeah.
She should have been running around the whole house,
Yeah.
tearing things up like kids do.
Right.
Yeah, her little legs were like little noodles. It was just, it was crazy.
Yeah.
It was crazy. You try to stand her up, you know, because I would try to hold her up, and you know how you stand a little kid up in your lap, and she was just like, I was like, this is not right. This is a lot not right here. And everybody that we have contacted that has had contact with him, all the women would say to us, did you know that baby's not walking? Did you know that baby's not talking? Yeah, so, anyway.
Do you know Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
The attorney?
He made, and I don't know what protocol is, you know, if he says something to us that's, is it repeatable?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to
Oh, yeah.
cross
I
those
mean,
lines?
we wouldn't tell you anything that wasn't repeatable. Yeah.
But if I repeat something that he said, is that,
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what he said, but he.
well, it's about this, it's about Steiger's, you know, circle. Somebody said something, blah, blah, blah.
About drugs and stuff?
No, it was a woman that apparently knew him, that had had an experience with him.
I don't know. I can't.
If I tell you something you
not
might be able
somebody-
to,
Right,
you
yeah.
know, use, I don't know, could you
Right.
go to him and ask him, and then that would be cool?
Or I might could try to figure it out. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so he said, just off the cuff, and he goes, well, I don't know if this means anything to you, but he said, did Steiger know any woman from Africa? And Julian, you know, I don't know. Julian said no, he didn't know about it. He says, well, maybe from Europe somewhere, but she's from somewhere, not here. And apparently, and I don't know who she said this to, but he repeated that this woman told Steiger apparently that he wasn't going to put a pillow over her face like he did the others. And I thought that was interesting. and Mr. Barnes said that there was some talk, now where he got this information, I don't know, of him being a serial killer. Like this wasn't the first time. So I thought that was worth,
Sure. Yeah.
telling somebody about.
He's got a lot of stuff in that phone that we're still going through and trying to get it figured out. So.
Well, this is a woman.
Yeah.
He thought she was from Africa, but he said, well, maybe not. Maybe just something.
Yeah. I don't know. I have to contact him about that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're gonna get to the bottom of it. At least this. I feel like this is a good case, and he's not getting out. So, but I just wanted to ask you about the guns and try to figure out where they were, and I don't want to get in the wrong hands.
Right. Well, nobody could find them.
Yeah.
Because that river is so muddy.
Yeah, it is
Dark.
pretty nasty. Yeah.
And I don't know how deep it is, off the bridge there.
Yeah. Anything else that might help us that you know of that Julian may have told you that you haven't told us, or he told us mostly about everything, I guess. The guns and
What did Julian tell you happened to Cassandra? Because he told us that he talked to you about it.
Well, he wasn't there. He saw her, when he dropped Steiger off. And I might get the facts wrong, so, don't hold me to it exactly. But apparently he had seen her earlier that day. And, he did say that Cassandra, they didn't ever, he said they weren't chummy or anything. They didn't really hang out. But he said that particular day, he said when he did see her, she was polite. But that day, she wouldn't even look at him. And, he didn't know why. And, he thought he was there, she just didn't want any company. And,
Right.
But, Steiger had, whatever, why he needed him. They did something. He drove him somewhere. But, so, when he left, that was that. And, he was home doing his thing and got that call. Steiger needed him to come help him. And he told me he thought it was about a laptop because he said he needed a laptop, or some talk about it, he needed a laptop. So he thought, I guess he needs this laptop. And right now, it's Steiger, it's like nothing's normal. And he went and, he didn't see anything, didn't see her, Steiger didn't tell him anything specific, so, except the thing about the vacation. She went on a vacation, which she thought was odd, but he's like, well, I want to get away from him. But, Julian's not a parent. And me as a mom, I said, well, who would leave the baby with him then? I wouldn't leave my child with. And he's like, I don't know. So, but apparently Steiger needed him to move stuff around. I don't know what they, shuffling. He moved. He seemed like he moved a lot, from one place to another, and was always moving stuff around. He had stuff over at Scopolo's, old Scopolo's. Have you been over there? You looked in those. Did he have the coffee beans there?
There's some there, yeah.
Some.
Yeah, we haven't tore that place up, but I know that that's where they did the coffee roasting and things like that on there.
Because I wondered about that, I wondered, well, maybe there's something more to the coffee beans than just coffee beans, if there are drugs involved, so.
Did Julian ever tell you how Steiger killed Cassandra?
No. He didn't say how, he did talk about a little bit, Steiger said some things. But, I don't want to try to quote because I might misquote, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know, but he did say some things that Steiger had said, but then he didn't know, because Steiger said a lot of things, you know, like, and so Julian could never, like, as things were getting weirder, he couldn't discern what was real and what was, because they're both philosophy majors. And so he understands from philosophy and from school, like, these kinds of, I could never have those kinds of conversations. I'm just not that brainy. But, you know, apparently when you taught philosophy, there's a lot of things that they discuss, you know, like, and so he said he couldn't tell, you know, if this was literal, if he was serious, not serious. And I was just like, I said, just don't even dwell on it then. You know, it's just like, who wants to have any of those thoughts in their heads, you know? Right. Like, why even entertain any of that to think about it? Right. And that's me, you know, like getting rid of the guns. It's just like, I just don't want to know. Right. Get it away from me. You know, this is not my world. But, so I don't know. You know, in all of his conversation with Steiger, I don't know what was what. Really. Right. But Steiger did talk about stuff, you know, like the weird stuff.
I told Julian because I said, I'm gonna give you some advice just because I can, and because you're young, and I'm gonna tell you this because I'm gonna. And I told him, I said, because he's like, well, I just don't want to think about that, so I just don't think about that. I'm like, you cannot go through life not thinking about things. You have to, because things don't go away, you know, and this was never going to go away. Right. So, you know, the best thing you could have done was to think about it, figure out what you need to do, but, you know, putting it back behind you is not the way to deal with things. Right. And he's like, I know. So, I gave him my little bit of motherly advice.
And that's good, and it's also good, because we don't know, you know, he's never had a speeding ticket. I mean, so you don't know, like, what's protocol, what's, you know, incriminating, what's not, you know, all of those things. And so for him, it's really frightening. And I was like, well, if you didn't see anything and he didn't tell you he killed her, then maybe you didn't, you know, maybe he's just crazy. And, you know, and I asked Julian, I said, do you think it's possible that he paid her off? You know, if he's got all this money and, you know, whatever their relationship was, it doesn't sound like it was that great. Maybe he paid her to go away. And that was good for her. I don't know. I said, do you think? You know, because I couldn't imagine that. Right. And he was just like, you know, he was trying to put all the pieces together, you know, right? When Steiger started acting weird, you know, like everything just magnified. Mm-hmm. And he was never that bizarre acting. According to Julian. Right. And I guess that was the turn of events. Right. You know, when he started just getting super controlling over Julian and manipulating. And so he had, I don't know if he had planned it, you know. It feels to me like he did because everything was so in order, especially with Julian. You know, how he positioned him. And it seems like it was calculated. The bank accounts, the cars, the storage unit. Did you look at the storage unit here? Right, yeah. We looked at it a couple times. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Or you can't. Well, there's still stuff in it. Because that was in Julian's name. Yeah, and it still is in Julian's name. And we told him, he's like, you know, I don't know what to do with all this stuff. And you know, Chad told him, you know, you probably, you know, you need to talk to somebody, an attorney or somebody, because, I mean, we can't tell you, like, get the cars out of your name. Well, we have the cars. You know, the cars are likely not, you know, you can cancel the insurance because they're not going to have a wreck, you know, because they're in our possession. But somebody else needs to give him that advice. I don't know the best advice for that.
Mr. Barnes may be able to answer all those questions.
Yeah, or
We asked Mr. Barnes, and he was like, oh, I guess we could ask him again, but at the time he said, well, you know, they're in your name, so they're yours. So do what you want with them. I said, well, we don't have them. They're wherever they are. And so I don't know what the answer to all that is.
well, they're both evidence right now.
Right. And what else? Cancel the insurance. Well, he's not allowed to touch the Wells Fargo. And that was a question that I had. So he's got his own personal account. I don't know how much he's got in there. But that's what he, makes his car payment.
Sure.
He can't touch that either.
Oh, yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
But that's a Wells Fargo account
Sure.
too.
Yeah,
That
but it's
account.
different, yeah.
4060, whatever one's listed in that report he has. And we talked about that earlier. He needs to leave that money alone
Right.
for the meantime.
Well, that's not his anyway.
Right.
So.
I would tell him just to leave it. Don't touch it. Just leave it be.
Right.
And we talked about it a little bit ago too.
Yeah, but his personal account is his personal account. I mean, he can pay, he can resume whatever he's doing with that account.
He's been afraid to touch it.
Yeah.
He hasn't made his car payment.
Yeah.
He'll make his car payment.
I make his car payment.
Anything else?
I can't think of anything. Did I give you my card? I gave you my card
I have a
last
card.
night. Okay. If you,
I was going to call you a couple of times, and I thought, well, I don't even know what to say, at this point.
well,
So,
you can call me anytime and ask, leave me a message or ask any questions. I'll do my best to, help you answer them or try to help you figure them out.
if I think of anything,
Yeah.
Sure, but I think what Mr. Barnes said was very interesting.
I know Julian told us that he still has an iPad that's Steiger's, and we're going to get that. And I think they may be out on their way out to the house to get that.
Julian's taking them to a place where they hid something. They're gonna try to find that. And Julian they may just take him home to get
Yeah.
it. So they gotta get the iPad.
Because his siblings are home and they'll freak out if somebody knocks at the door. They're by themselves.
Oh no! They will take him.
But before you leave, we'll find out if they're gonna take him home.
Right.
That way
I'll
you
ask
don't
him
have to
right
wait here for nothing
Okay.
because he's not coming. He's either gonna come here for you or stay home.
Okay.
Save everybody a trip.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, for everything. I know it's not been easy for you guys either.
It's been a long 4 or 5 weeks.
I can't imagine.
I'm so glad we were talking about this earlier in the week. We were like, God, I hope they just wait to go to first appearance, save some money, and not pay $500,000 to get out of jail.
Well, we couldn't even pay, $5,000. So I'm just like, oh my God. And I went by, was it yesterday? Whatever it was, it's all a blur. I went to his dad, and I'm like, you better come up with somebody who can. He doesn't even pay child support, so it's like, whatever.
Did he give you any money? Dad?
No.
Well, make sure he's in court. So I think you get some of them. Do you get any money back? Or you go through a bail bondsman?
Bail bondsman.
Oh, okay.
Well, we don't get that back, right?
I don't even know how that
I don't
works.
think the 10%. You had to pay 10%. Was that $2,500 or something? Yeah, I don't think you get that back. But if you pay the cash up front, I think you get it back. Still, make sure he's in court every day.
Yeah.
Every time he's got to go, make sure he's there.
Right.
Because if not, they'll revoke his bond.
Right.
You have to sit in jail until then. So.
He don't need any. He don't need that.
Well, he won't miss that.
Yeah.
That's easy, Anything after this is easy.
Alright, I asked them were they going to go to the house. They just said delivery. So it may take a second to answer.
Do you have any questions for us? sure you probably have 1,000 things running through your mind.
Well, I just want, the right thing to happen. And my main concern really is just that Steiger doesn't try to hurt Julian, somehow.
Right.
Because I don't know.
It can be a concern. My suggestion would be, if there's anything weird going on at home, call the police. If he feels like somebody's following him, call the police.
Yeah.
Somebody shows up at his work, call the police. Especially his workers, that's the city. We'll be right there. Your house is out in the county. I don't know how many deputies work out that way, but I'm sure they could get there if they had to. So if he feels uncomfortable with anything, call the police. Don't hesitate to call 911. I wouldn't be answering phone calls from people I don't know. Wouldn't be responding to text messages I don't know nobody.
Well, I blocked his sister from my phone.
Good.
She wanted my number. And I didn't know what to say exactly, so I said, okay, well, yeah, sure. And then after she left the house, I'm like, I want her calling me.
That was good.
I'm sure he'll sleep probably a little bit easier tonight because he's got all this off his chest.
Yeah.
He'll probably sleep pretty comfortable tonight.
Yeah.
If not tonight, next couple of days he'll probably sleep pretty good. So you got to work tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Friday, yes. He's going to work.
Does he work doubles like every day, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? When he was telling us earlier that he had to be working 10:30, he got off like 11:30. It's like, good Lord.
On his feet, serving all
I
day.
thought I work a lot. Man.
Well, it works for school, so he doesn't go to school on those days, so he can work, and then
Right.
he gets that money, and he can pay for his school and bills and whatever. He's got to buy books, and I think he gets some FAFSA and whatever, but
Right.
he pays the balance. So yeah, he was freaking out. I was like, what do I do? I have bills to pay. I'm like, I don't know. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna call Marcus because he's not answering my text message. He knows that's not a no not to answer my text messages.
Maybe try it.
So he can call. Don't. Hey, where are y'all gonna go out to the house? 'Cause all right, are you? Can I tell his mom that she can go ahead home, and then y'all bring him home? You are what's his name? Okay, well, all right. Well, I'm gonna let her know then, and if y'all don't go on pretty soon, let him call her so she don't get worried. All right, thank you, Marcus. Okay, all right, bye.
And who's Marcus?
Your friend's friend.
Oh,
It
Savage.
works. Yes, Savage. Yes. I'll just tell you where they're at. They hid Cassandra's phone.
Okay.
And they are out trying to find it. He's trying to help them try to remember where he hid it.
Oh, wow.
So they're out trying to do that right now. So Marcus said they would bring him home.
Okay.
But your friend has Marcus's number, I think, because they've been talking. So if you get worried or whatever, you can call Marcus and see where they're at. But I know that that's where they're at. You're gonna bring him home. He's good to go.
Right.
We shook on it,
Right.
me and him. Yeah. He's got my word because I shook on it.
I'll go back on the one.
So I don't want to keep you here all night waiting, and then they take him home, and you and your friend can go.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you swear everything you told us was the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Good.
Yes.
Thank you so
we
much.
certainly do appreciate y'all.